strong academic school. Igor wants him to play pro.
That's not necessarily true. So I wanted to go to a good school, but like I said to Josh a bunch of times, I said you want to have a choice, right, on what you want to do, right? If the choice is go to school and get a great education or a great school, or you have a chance to go to Europe and play pro, you want to have that choice. Not having that choice is a worst case scenario. If you have that choice by the age of 17, 18, you will be more rational enough to make that decision. But that option now exists more and more, where you can go to school, get an education, and then go and do a trial after. So that's becoming more popular, and there's a lot of pathways that are created now, more so than they were 4 years ago. Having also someone that I played a little bit in college, so I know that when I played during the season, I was more focused and got better grades than when I didn't have soccer, because I was all over the place. There was so much other things I could be doing. So I think Josh needs structure. He likes structure. He welcomes structure, and he does very well under pressure when he has a lot of stuff. So I think it's natural for him to go to a good school and play soccer there.
That's awesome. I love to hear that. That's really cool. I want to ask your son, I mentioned this briefly in the videos. I don't work with that many students. Why, Josh, do you think you're a good fit to work with me?
I saw in your video how much you said that having the love for soccer is important, and I think I have the love for soccer, or more than have the love for soccer. It's probably like one of the only things that I would be like enjoyed in doing for like the rest of my life, or for how much years I get to play or play the sport. And yeah, I just love the sport, and I would be willing to do anything to play it for as much years I can play it for.
Now, I love hearing that. The part of this process, to your parents' point, is there's an investment required both from you and your parents, time-wise, and club and travel. And then me, if you want to work with me, there's an investment. You guys are in my culture, so my parents did this very similar thing to me. Josh, let's say you have a savings of some kind, or you're working on one, or from your bar mitzvah and everything. Is this something you would be willing to invest your own money in to become the best college soccer player you could be?
Yeah, I think I would.
Okay, I like that answer, because I actually ask pretty much all of our students to put their money where their mouth is. Your son is telling me that he really wants this and that he potentially wants my help. But if that's the case, then it should be some of his funds, so he feels like I have to put in the work each day. So then I want to ask your parents, why do you think your son is a good fit to work with us?
In full transparency, we've talked to NCSA and college recruits. It's not neither of those programs were something that we're gravitating towards. It's not personal enough. It seems very automated. I know you also have a far reach and you're dealing with a lot of people, so a portion of this has to be automated in the world we live in. But I think, getting emails and the whole like NCSA, the pitch was real. We did a trial, we canceled. I need something for Josh where he connects with the person and he connects with the coach, and he, I think this is like the perfect fit basically in that sense, because it has every element of, sure, there's going to be some automation that's needed, but it has a personal touch, and it also has the right relatable level to him, and you speak his language.
Yeah, I think that's important. I think Josh needs someone who's relatable, somebody who has gone through it, right? And it's not just an automated system or a process that's there and just follow the process. So I think this is a little bit different, and I think this makes him a believer more about how to get to someone, how to get to that next level. So I think that's critical.
Yeah, I think the time investment that I could put in is pretty big. So, I can help him. Some people probably use you because they just don't have time to support their child. I actually can, and I'm very busy. I work in corporate America, but it's not just that. I think he needs to be vested in the process, which I know he will be. And I think you would help him greatly along that path.
Amazing. Really helpful. Now, you guys saw the video. This is for your son and for your parents. You guys kind of saw my price structure. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are there any questions from any of you regarding the price structure itself?
Yes.
Okay, let me hear.
The price structure, unfortunately, is outside of our price range. And so I think that's something we did want to talk to you about. We're all on the same page in terms of it is time to start. If anything, we're probably late. So there's no disagreement in terms of timing. There's no disagreement in terms of the effort that's involved and how much, Josh and us could put into this. We're super committed about this. But in terms of the pricing, it's definitely above our price range. I know there's a value that comes with this, and the reason that it's so high is because there's a benefit that, with scholarships and also with everything else that comes on the back end with paying an investment like this up front. But if there is any room to kind of come down on the price, that would be very helpful for our family. We have 3 other athletes right after Josh, if that helps at all. We're a mom, just so you know, we're parents of twins. His sister plays. She's also in an academy. We have 2 younger kids that are twins that are in an academy. So,
How old are they?
They're 10.
Okay, super helpful. So when people say go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I think that was
a
just
glitch maybe.
reference.
Is when it comes to price, if you guys want to negotiate, we can say kind of negotiate. How high would you like to go? And the reason the model is as you guys see it. Now, what I would say is if you do have other kids, then what we would do is the model, we have a model for 10 to 12-year-olds. So, and the model is different because we have to send them to camps, but the beginning is the same. Like you're telling me now with Josh, you don't have enough video. That should obviously not be a problem with the younger kids because we know that we need more video. And I have 2 brothers. We all played college soccer, so I do get that. In your guys' case, since you tried NCSA, we do have a discount for people that have tried NCSA. So it's $1,000 less. And I can give you that model. But that is the best I can do.
Okay. So what number does that come out to?
Instead of 5, it'd be 4.
Ouch. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm, happy to talk offline with Igor and Josh. Hopefully that price is better than 5. If that's the best we could do, that's the best we could do. I definitely don't want to haggle on his future either.
Yeah, I understand. And the main reason is we're the only service that offers unlimited. It's unlimited communication, unlimited videos, unlimited everything, because that's what I believe it takes. And the other piece is in a year from now, you should not need us or any other service again. So it is not like you pay it continuously. The goal is, especially given you have time, you're in corporate America. Once you understand the camps and the emails and the video, which we provide you, you do this process on your own for the rest of it. And you don't need anybody else any longer. And nobody else, whether it's me or NCSA, will care about your career as much as Josh should. That's even with my own career. I will care a lot, but it is Josh's life. And if you want to play pro, even at the next levels, that's, something obviously I got to do because of college and something we can explore too. But the goal is, this is kind of like putting him in superhero school for a year. And once you come out of superhero school, you know what to do. But we have to put him through a lot of, it's like he's wearing a weighted vest for the next year. So he knows what he needs to do. And you're a good player, Josh. I liked your video. You should be getting yourself in front of colleges for sure.
Thank you.
So with that in mind, Josh, do you have any questions that come to mind on your end?
No.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll send everything over so you guys can see it all with the discounted rate. Mom and Dad, are there any other questions you guys have?
In terms of, I guess, the video, is there a platform you recommend from shooting video? So he has a few big tournaments coming up, and I think, with STA, so we should start maybe, I don't know, we have Trace, we have EVO, I don't know, are those
It's a
things
good
that
question.
are used, or
When we worked with students, we dive into all of it because it does vary. Depends on the situations, the teams. Maybe you have multiple angles. Maybe I need to tell you to get without your iPhone. I don't know until we, are in it together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that sounds great.
Yeah.
It was good to meet you.
Yeah, likewise, guys. I'm going to send over everything. You'll see this version of the other rate. The other thing is I'm going to send you a video of what we do with our kids who are younger. And if, again, you guys have to determine your budget and what you have time-wise. But the best thing to do for the other kids in what we do, depending on, how much time you have driving, etc., which is why I was trying to scare you away today, is for sure. I'm going to send you this video. Give me 1 second. It's what we do with kids between 4th and 7th grade. And the beauty is, if I start with, say, Josh here, we would just tell your other kids what they should be doing, and we wouldn't charge for anything like that. It's different. Like, there's different camps, but I'd give you all of their stuff for free. And that way they could, because there's like about, of the 96-page document that we go through and you guys learn, that's for Josh. But about 10 of those pages are different to Josh. But the rest of it is the same. But those 10 pages are pretty important, and we want your other kids to start. So that way you can take advantage. So in that way, it's a quote unquote deal. But let me send that to you so you can have it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
And I noticed in one of your videos that so the coaching would not necessarily be with you. You have another colleague. Is that it?
Yes, I have a team. There's 6 coaches now, and they each have about 4 kids. So your Zoom meetings are not with me. Your Zoom meetings are with your coach, but I monitor everything, and you can message me 24/7 all the time. But this way we're really able to, one, I have to do work for you over here. Like for your middle school kids, for the elementary to middle school kids, there's a bunch of camps that are very different to the high school. So I'm working for you, getting all those camps organized, and they change every 6 months. For Josh, he's got not only 8th grade, but he's a good enough player. He should be at high school camps. So I need to determine which of those camps he should go to. How do we write an email to get permission to go to those camps? I want the D1 schools getting emails from him on a regular basis. How do we set up that system? And so that's where we begin that process. And I'm kind of working for you over here. And then your coaches who you talk to every day, and they've gone through this process, most of whom started with me when they were Josh's age. And I spoke to their parents just like I'm doing with you now. And many years went by. They went on to play college soccer, and they're like, want to play pro. One of them right now is playing pro, who's probably who I'd partner you with, because you want that goal for yourself. So you can talk to him about his pro career while he did it through college. And that way you get kind of a big brother, per se, who's already done it before.
And Josh, by the way, is a trap player. So he's technically, I mean, he plays with 2010s, which are high school kids, but he was one of 2 that was trapped and then go on to play high school soccer.
So this is something too we have to talk about, because there's different models. You know, you guys heard my stars playing JV soccer as a junior in high school, and you know that didn't make things easier. So I had to recognize, you know, what was I going to do for that, and that's you know exactly. You guys obviously, everything about you guys. Your son is a version of, in the past version of me, and I have a baby crystal ball because we've gone through a lot of the same things in our cultures and everything else. Perfect. Let me send over this because of NCSA. So I'm just going to show you what I'm sending you for your son too, so you guys can see it. Is you'll see everything you guys kind of saw already, but we have a discount specifically for when people have NCSA, or as you guys had mentioned, tested it out. And if that's what you guys, that's what the kind of discount will be. So if somebody's worked with NCSA, even though I know in your case you got out of it, which was great, but this is what you'll see. So I'm going to send this to you specifically. And then, as I mentioned, that will be the model kind of for you guys, but it's the same. Everything's the same. Unlimited meetings, messaging, etc. This you don't need. And I'll send this over. And then if you guys, the only last thing is this: if you decide you'd like to work with me, I have to know in the next 24 hours. Otherwise, I have to give the spot to somebody else. Does that make sense? And you guys, look, he's in 8th grade. If you contact me in a year from now, I can't guarantee that the prices don't change or that I'm full. That is possible, but I won't be going anywhere. So I'll be doing this forever.
It looks like a successful platform. Congratulations.
Thank you. It was really nice talking to you all. And Josh, if you have any questions, just the last thing I would just say, Josh, either way, think of me as a coach. Don't ghost me. If you don't want to work with me, just say, hey, Zeb, I don't want to work with you. That's okay. Then I'll put you on my list of, you know, no's. But if you just ghost me, you know, that's not nice. Deal?
No, I would definitely want to work with you.
Okay. Awesome, guys. I sent over the email, and I look forward to talking to you soon.
Thank you so much. Have a good night. Appreciate your time.
Oh, one more thing, actually. Let me do one more thing with you. Sorry. So let's pretend you were going to work with me. I think you'll get a kick out of this. If you're going to work with me, this is what your first day is going to look like. So I'm going to record this real quick. So that way you and your family can see this, Josh. And this is the part where I scare you away. So I'm going to record this real quick. This is going to go to your coach. They will watch your recording anyways, but this way they can get us in case you start tomorrow. Hey, coach. This is Josh and his family. Lovely family. The first thing is he's really good. You know, like we're looking at a high level soccer player. Some people might argue it's too early to tell you, but he's Division I level from what I've seen in the video. His video is not good. The format is wrong. The order is not great. So that's a problem. And he's got to get this done. So that's number one. Number two is he's got to go to these because he can. And he's got to send out this because he wants to go to a top academic. So he's got to send this. And then he's got to go to this camp, and this camp if they can. If they can only go to one, we'll go to one. And then if we get genuine interest from the email, which we probably will get from the D3s, I want him to go to at least 1 to 2. He has siblings that are younger. So what we would do is coordinate it so they could go too, which are often on the same day, but in different areas, to those, what we call middle school to elementary school camps, because their kids are between those ages. So they could all start, which I think would be great for them. Their club situation, they have under control for today, but every year we have to address it. And then he needs to do the improvement folder so he can start getting the levels. He's got to get to level 4 in the technical program that we give him. And then the last thing is I'm going to want to go through game video, through the Every Touch video. So we want to do game review video. He wants to go pro. So it's something we can talk about with them and what that looks like. But we have to get a college interest first. But he's a top academic. So that's the list we're going to give him. And then we'll work on what does he want to major in. And we'll get to talk about that too. Okay, good job. Talk to you soon. So that would be your first day, Mr. Josh. Did I scare you away?
No, not really.
Okay, too bad. It was really nice talking to you all. And we'll talk very soon.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks for your time. Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. Good to see you all. That was with an 8th grader. Let me see here. Emily McKenzie. Sorry, Emily, I'm late. I can try and accept you if you want. I think it might be too late. What should I do if I live in a cold state and don't have any driver's license? How should I train in the off season? Dig up some spots in the snow and you should still train. You can go on my YouTube. I have a training technical program and you can take that. Oh, hello. Can you hear me? Okay. All right. NorCal soccer girl. Frisco keeper. How common is it for top D1 schools to break the rules talking to June 15th? It happens about 60% of the time, if depending on your level. 7th grade keeper. That's fantastic. Good job. Transfers. Yeah, if you have a transfer, talk to Mr. Ahmed. He's the man. James. Okay, Instagram. Okay, I think you're sorted. Okay, TikTok. Here we go, Mr. TikTok. Have a meeting with you at 6. Does my dad need to be present? Yes, he does. If there's no parent, I cannot meet with you. I'm making a highlight video. Any tips for my first ones? Depends your position. Comment highlight video on any of my Instagram videos, and you'll get a bunch of tips. Did you watch the new Blue Lock? Yeah, it's so funny. It's like I watched 2 episodes last night. I have not caught up yet, so don't tell me anything. But I did see that it's halftime, and it's 2-2. That's why I ended. But I haven't finished it yet. Okay, I'm just filling this out. So every time after I do a call, I write out the student's name and the information about them. So that way we know what to do with them if we decide to work together. Okay. It was a top 30. Hello, Coach. Hello, Mo. Josh, what's up? Instagram. Parent managed account for my 7th grader. Any tips on videos? Trying here with help of your videos. Good job, Frisco Keeper. Make sure you do zoom in. If it's a goalkeeper, you need training video, you need feet video, and then book a call with me if you're serious. You'll see a bunch of questions about how serious you are, and we do have a program for 7th graders. What are we watching you do? You are watching me help kids play college soccer if you want to, which you don't have to if you don't want to. I'm talking to potential students who have applied to work with me, and they've gotten through my application and qualified for a free call. And because they qualify, I speak to them a little bit. But not everyone qualifies. You have to pass a couple tests. So yes, there you go. Oh, I forgot. Did I submit this already? Sorry, 1 second, everybody. I have to fill this out. Okay, Derek, what's up? What's better, D3 starter or D1 bench? It all depends. What's your goal in life? Both are good. It just depends what you think is fun. You get to pick what you think is the most fun. There is no right or wrong answer. Just depends on your life. My brother, for example, he preferred to play, so he played Division 3. I didn't mind sitting on the bench for a little bit, so I played Division 1. But it literally just depends on whatever you want. Yeah, it just depends. It literally just depends. Okay, Dokule. How does one get attention from coaches if you don't play ECNL, MLS, and you don't have showcases? ID camps and video. You must go to ID camp video and aim for D3 and D2. I'm a right back and left wing. What should I focus on in a highlight video? 1v1 and crosses. If you comment, Jordan, highlight video on any of my Instagram videos, you'll get a bunch of tips. Is music in a highlight video necessary? Yes. Have it be instrumental, but nothing more than that. Did you play the college level? Of course. I played Division 1 college soccer and was an All-American. I played JV soccer as a junior in high school and then went on to play Division 1. And then I played pro for 10 years. You can Google my name, Zev Taubleeb. Jeremiah Styles. Okay, good questions, everybody. Let me see what else we got here. Okay, my other meeting got canceled. Okay, articles. Okay. Alrighty then. Okay, I can answer you guys' questions now. Oh, maybe not. Got one more thing to do. 3. Okay. All right, I'll do that. Good job. Does my high ECNL female 7th grader need to contact D1 coach directly, not through parent? Yes. In the email, you can say this has been approved by a parent, but nothing should ever come from you, ever. Nothing ever. What are important components of a CDM highlight reel? Pings. As an MLS player attending a top high school in the country, tips for freshmen. Make sure you start going to camps, for sure. Do you think there will be a cap on older international players in the future? No. Let me join. This is not a team with chat. Oh, what's up, Xavier? You can join our chat. Good to see you, Mr. Xavier. Definitely can join the chat. Okay, let's see here. Okay. I have a bit of time now to answer you guys' questions. And we got some people on YouTube. What's up, YouTube? Mr. Duffy, hello, Ellie. Oh, this is Ellie Duffy. Hello, Ellie. Daisy, what? Okay. Sup, little guy? Sup, called soccer guy, little guy? What's up? Do you think oh, goodness, why do we get these people in here? Sorry, people. I think Ronaldo is, but with, okay. Hey, Zev, I just emailed my draft free D1 offers. Please let me know your thoughts. Hey, Ellie, I emailed you back. I need more information to give you like advice on the email. So let me know if it's something you're open to, because I would need more information. As an MLS player attending a camp. Okay, when did you begin to take nutrition seriously? 4 years old. My parents were nutcases about nutrition. In highlight reels, do coaches interesting personal clips or training only game clips? I would mainly only do no personal clips, but if you don't have enough video, you can do personal clips. Or I would just make 2 different videos, one just game clips and one just personal. SCCL Champions League, good. What division can you, you have to aim for Division 3 only. Can you please explain the process of getting into a D1 college? You must make video, you must write emails, you must go to camp, you must play for an MLS Next Year ECNL team, and then you must repeat that kind of over and over again with a strategy. From Barcelona and being able to do that Saturday. Sorry, Alexis, I don't know what you mean. Oh, college and D1 from Barcelona and being able to do that. Oh, I'm sorry. But being able to do that from Barcelona. Book a call. If you're living in Barcelona, it's very complicated for internationals. You have to book a call. WR Reed. Not gonna lie, it doesn't really matter where you play. Oh, here we go. If you play multiple positions during game, how should you fix your video look? Mix of everything or specific to certain positions based on the camp or school's need for the recruitment year. It depends how much video you have in each position. For highlight video purposes, just put the best stuff. It doesn't matter your position. Once you start making, which you can only do 1 highlight video a year. Once you start making every touch videos, that's when it gets a little bit tricky. And you have to give me a call, Mr. E. Zaman, because then it gets a little bit tricky. What's your email so I can send you an email I send to colleges? My one, I'm afraid you can't send me any emails, but you can apply for a call in the link in the bio. Top Drawer Soccer, what's up? I used to work for Top Drawer Soccer. I don't know if you guys knew that, but I was a writer for you guys for a while. And I think what you guys post is legendary. And thanks for coming on the live. Lynn621, hello. How can I book a call? Or can I just email? You cannot book a call, or you cannot just email. You can book a call. Link is in the bio. You have to pass some tests, though. Ellie, please show the email to your father. I think Ronaldo, okay. Okay, I think it's reaching out. Wow. Okay. Is ECRL good? Yes, ECRL is good. Hey, you asked if I wanted to call after I comment on video. Could we call? Book a call in the link in the bio. What should an 8th grader do to prepare for high school recruiting process? Good question. Depending how good you are, AW, and it looks like maybe you're female. Females need to do a lot more than the boys do at that age, because you guys are done recruiting your junior year, like almost across the board, where some boys can still get recruited senior year. So the short answer is you need to make sure you have a video, you have to go to camps, you have to write emails. I would need to know a lot more about you to like prepare you. But don't think about preparing. Think about starting. And if you book a call, AW, we can talk to your parents about that. Should I play top ESRL or low ECNL? Good question. That's a tough one. I don't know the answer. I would need to book a call. Get on a call with you. Is the NEFC showcase good to go to? If you're going to it, then make the most of it. If you're saying you don't really get to pick if you're going. So it sounds like you're going. Is it good? It's not the best, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't take advantage of it. So definitely email schools. I'm in 7th grade. I'm already looking at your channel and tips. I know it's too early to talk to coaches, but when should I start? We have a program for 7th graders. So Emily, if you book a call in the link in the bio, you'll see a section for below 8th graders. You should click on that and book a call. We work with, I would say about 20% of my students are 7th graders. Is it normal for a coach to say, reach out in March and set up a visit since I've not heard from him ever since? I'm confused. Is it normal for a coach to say, reach out in March? Oh, to set up a visit, then I've not heard from him ever since. Yeah, that's normal. That's very normal. Make sure you reach out though. Reach out in March. You should have wished them happy holidays. Always keep the conversation going. Should I play ESRL team or low? Okay, that's a tough one. I need to know more. What's the highest level for girls soccer? My daughter plays ECNL. That is the highest level. You could argue ID2, which is like playing for the national team, is very high level. But that would be the next stage kind of thing. Good question. Okay, YouTube. What's up, YouTube? Okay, where is below 8th graders? You'll see it on the website. If you go to the website and you scroll to the bottom, you'll find it. Hey, Zeb, how many ID camps, how much should I aim to each year? I don't know how old you are. I don't know what division you want to play. I just don't know enough about you. So the short answer would be like 3 to 4, but I don't know how old you are. And if you're good, you also have to be a certain level. Sophie Sports, what's up? Is playing EA2 good? Yes, playing Elite Academy 2 is good. Aim for Division 3 first. Okay, good questions, guys. Okay, good questions. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, what's next? Is living in Canada lowering my chance of playing college soccer? Short answer is yes. What's your thoughts on ODP? Definitely play ODP. It's very helpful. It will not make you play college soccer, but it is helpful. What's up, Christian? Okay, this question is 14-year-old looking to play college soccer and move up the ranks, potentially pro. That's awesome. So I would still need video, Aaron. So book a call with me when it comes to camps. But the short answer is you should probably go to 2 to 3 camps this year. Is introduction email 523 words too long? I feel like I'm going in really in-depth in my. It sounds too long. Yes. It should be very simple, the first one. What's your thoughts on it? Hi, Malik. Nice to see you. Nice to see you, Mr. Malik. Okay, let me make sure here. Okay. Okay. Okay, Cameron. What is the minimum age to join academy? It varies per club, but you can join very young, or you can join their pre-academy. How's your day, mate? My day's good, thanks. I looked up your user on Instagram, and there was nothing do you. No, there was nothing. Do you a different user on Instagram? Yeah, I'm Zev Football on Instagram. If you click the link on TikTok, you'll see. Actually, no, it's not there anymore. It's Zev Football though. It should come up as College Soccer Guy though. Let's see here. Potentially pro. Can you explain the ID camp process and how it benefits curious dad for a 7th grade keeper? Well, it just takes a long time to develop a relationship with coaches. So the sooner they know who you are, the better. Plus, they want to see you progress. Plus, if you're really good, you can impress them right away. And 7th grade, the sooner you get started, the better. The student that we committed to Duke started in 7th grade. If you start earlier, you have more chances. Hey, if you're not sure, Frisco Keeper, you can go watch all my videos on, just look up 7th grade college soccer guy. You'll see a ton of videos on YouTube and a ton of videos that I make over and over again. And you can see the advantage if you want to. Look, if you want to be like everyone else, don't do it. If you're not committed, don't do it. If you want to be different and make a higher level, then that's where it comes into play. Hey, Zev, it's possible to play college soccer even if I play in a bad league. It is possible, but you have to aim for different levels. You're an international from the UK, Makiak. Book a call in the link in the bio. There's a section there for internationals. My MLS asks U17, do on the line schooling, do academic top academic schools see this as negative? Short answer is yes, they do, but it depends which top academics you're looking at. Is it better to go to an individual ID camp or to a multiple ID camp? Good question, Sarah. This varies based off your goals and your age. If you're in 8th to 10th grade or 7th grade, I would go to a mass. If you're older than that, I would go to individual. If you get genuine invites, then you should go to whichever genuine invite you got invited to. Is high school soccer helping with college? It will not help with college at all other than video. And if it happens that your high school coach is willing to help you, then it could help with that. I got offered an official visit. Should I go even though I'm not that interested? Short answer is if you have other offers, you don't have to go. If you don't have other offers, then you do have to consider it. You're the man. Appreciate you for sure. Checking for sure. Love to hear it, Frisco Keeper. Beck Fierg. Should I trust NCSA? You mean NCAA? The NCAA is okay, but not NCSA. I don't trust NCSA. Will the new JUCO really have a major impact on recruiting process targets for soccer? I thought it was going to AW for a while, but the short answer is it's a waiver basis. So only some schools will get away with it, and it's really only a big difference for the sports that are worth millions of dollars. So it will make things more competitive, but it's not going to be a deal breaker. What are D3, D2 schools in New York or Connecticut? If you go to a website called perplexity.ai, you can look up every single one you want to, and there's a ton of schools in those regions. If you use my system too, I have the ability to look it up pretty easily, but there's a ton of schools. NYU, Hofstra, in Connecticut, UConn, there's a lot of schools, Luke. Depends what level you are. Where do you find of camps? You email the schools is the best way to find the camps. You can also comment camp on any of my Instagram pages, and you'll get a list for you. What do scouts find in a midfield? Or what do they look for in a midfield? They're looking for pings and your communication skills and your ability to play forward. They definitely want you to play forward big time. Big time, big time, big time. Big time, big time. Okay, where do you find camps? Okay, you said perplexity.ai. What do scouts look for in a center back? Oh, playing through lines. How long should a highlight reel be? How long should a highlight reel be? 2 minutes. Do you ever get sent to scout players that don't get a chance to go to college? The short answer is no. I get sent their video. If you think you're good enough, send me your video. I played for my country's U20 and I've played ESNL and UPSL level, but when I email coaches, it's super hard to get a response for some reason. You're doing something wrong. Your video is not good. You're aiming for the wrong schools. So you'd have to book a call, Maiwan. You would go under transfers. So make sure you click transfers. Is EDP a good league? Aim for Division 3. How long do you go live on Insta for? Or how often? Once a week. I pick for IMG Academy and they are partnered by NCSA, but I heard you say don't trust NCSA. So what should I use once I'm old enough? Use your own email system. That's what we do. We connect my system to your email account, and that's the best one there is, as far as I know. If you think of a better one, but yeah, if you're part of IMG, Emily, they definitely pester you with NCSA. Do not use NCSA for soccer. For other sports, maybe it's good, but it is not good for soccer. How do you train as a midfielder? If you want training exercises, go look up Rick Fit. I just help with recruiting. What's up, Smail, Ryan Jordan? If I play for an RL team and has an ECNL first team and college looks, can you get? If I play for an RL team that has, maybe Natai. The short answer is potentially. Why should I contact schools if I'm a sophomore? They contact me until June. James, that is not true. Go look at one of my more recent videos. Division 3 schools can contact you any way they want. And how do you expect Division 1 schools to call you on June 15th? They're not going to call you randomly. They need to know who you are. So you have to email them before June 15th. And if you don't want to, James, don't do it. All my students are doing it, so we're just going to get ahead of you, and we don't have to worry. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. I'm trying to help people who want to be the best. If you don't want to be the best, then you can wait. Thanks for those tips. Helped a lot. You're welcome, Jordan Farron. Hello, mommy.29. Alex, hang 5. What do you think of using an agency? I obviously technically am not an agency myself. But if you're an international, you want to use an agency, go for it. I don't believe in that model. I believe in doing it yourself, but having the right tools and education to do it. And that's what I do. Thanks. Those tips of love. You're welcome, Jordan. You're welcome, Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan, you are welcome. Damn, I lost this one. Why should I contact schools if I'm a sophomore? Okay, thanks for this. What should I do if I want to play college soccer as a freshman in high school? Make a video, go to camps, and email schools and make a list. There's lots of things to do as a freshman. Can you go D1 as an RL player? Yes, Sarah, you definitely can. Especially on the girls' side, definitely possible. It's difficult, but possible. I'm right back and I play in Morocco for a pretty good team. I'm 17. Plan on going to Concordia University this summer. Is that a good start to play for college team? If you plan to go there for school, it's hard to walk on, but you can certainly try. Do you have a video on how to create a solid highlight video? If you comment highlight video on any of my Instagram videos, you'll get tips on what to do. But the short answer is it depends on position and what level you are. Is it too late to go a premier club when I'm a sophomore? Nope, not too late. I'm an 8th grader playing NPL 1 and top ×2 or X2 as the captain for both. I'm trying out for 2 MLS Next teams today. Do you think I should play high school soccer or stick to club? If you want to play college, the high school does not matter. I booked a call with you and I'm wondering how it works. Make sure Maiwan, once you book a call, you clicked on transfers because you're technically a transfer player and you're a complicated situation. Can I talk to you in private? Book a call in the link in the bio, and then you could potentially talk. Have you ever helped Canadian play? Of course, we've helped many Canadians. We have a Canadian international that we're helping with right now, actually. Okay, I have another call here in just a minute, I believe. Yeah, in a few minutes. I have a back-to-back calls after this. Yo, bro, do 10 push-ups. Not right now, but that's cool that you asked me to. What college level could I play for if I'm an 08 and currently playing National League? I don't know, Eddie. I would need to see video and know more about you. If you schedule a call, I can try and help you, but the short answer would be aim for Division III first. The coach for Cody University Canada scouted me and wants me to play first team. He said there are possibilities. Yeah, that's true. Definitely. I would go for it for sure. At what point do we start paying for your services? First call after that. The first call is free if you make it. Once we have the call, the purpose of the call is to figure out if my services are worth the money. So that's what the call is for. Is Girls Academy a good league if I'm playing with IMG Academy? Yes, it is very good. Emily McKenzie, that is very good. Very, very good. That work? Should I send my first Massimo top college if I don't have video due to lack of knowledge of college soccer while also being injured? No, Toby, you cannot do that. You must have video. Doesn't matter if you're injured. Toby, I think you booked a call with me, or you booked it and then canceled. Yeah. Should I leave NPL to join Elite Academy? I don't know, Isaac. I would need to know about which clubs you're talking about and which coaches. That's a tough question. I'm a freshman, being one of the only ones in JV soccer high school team, and I play at the highest level. I play Elite Academy. That's great. I'm a junior. It's too late to go to MLS Next. No, definitely. I go all the time. How do you feel about Clemson? They're the best. Clemson is literally one of the best. Should I risk my MLS Next spot playing high school soccer? I want to play, but not allowed. No, unless if you don't care about college, you can do whatever you want. But if you want to play college and you go play high school, you will not have the same chance to play college. How do I approach a coach about being a potential practice player? Just be honest with them and go up to them and explain why you want to be a practice player. Can I make D3 if I play NAL? I want to go to NYU. Yes. Short answer is yes. If you want to go to NYU, you have to get invited. They have a invite-only camp, so you have to get invited to that before July. 1 minute, didn't have enough space to type. I'm being a freshman in high school, and my highlight video in my 1 minute. I'm sorry, Jordan. I still don't understand the question. Junior on JV, is it too late to go walk on? If not, what level can I walk on? Division III. Short answer. Do we decide if we work with you after our call or before the first call? I would prefer if you want to work with me before the call. Then on the call, I'm there to see if I can help you. But you should already know if you want to work with me. If you're not sure, you don't have to schedule the call. When you schedule the call, you'll be sent a video on what it looks like to work with me. So if you want to watch those videos, I would book a call so that way you can see what it costs and the value that I provide and the scholarship we can get, and also maybe to find out you're not the right fit. What college you scout for? I don't scout for any one college. I'm an educator, so I teach you guys how to get recruited. Would you say it's better to play in Spain than play high school to go D1? No, very bad. Do not go abroad. Going abroad is the worst thing you could possibly do to play Division I in most cases, unless you're actually playing for a legit pro team. Which case it's still not good. You're better off playing MLS 6 if you're that good. What's the point of going to ID camps as a freshman? That you need to get, it depends. For some people, Jake, if you're not good, you should not go as a freshman. If you're good, the coaches will start to take notice of you. I just made my highlight video and I'm in 8th grade. What's the next step? Time to send it out, Emma. Definitely send it out. Will playing soccer in high school help with college? Short answer is no, but it's good for video. If you play MLS Club, how do you get interest as a freshman? Start sending emails and go to camps. How much does your program cost? Eddie, it varies per player, so you have to book a call and then you'll get to see. I'm a junior and I have interest from 3 D3 schools and I'm on a good track. That is very good, Always Swim. I would say you're on good track. Don't worry about anyone else, but you are on good track. Can you go from MLS Next to varsity? Yes, but you usually don't want to do that because you want to play in MLS Next. If a coach said to me that he would get that he would get me in some games. That's a good sign. Do college IDs as sophomore worth it? It depends, Juanito. It depends which camps you go to, depends how good you are, depends, what your goals are. If you just want to go to a small Division III school, then maybe not. If you want to go to a D1 school, maybe. It just depends what your goals are. I play East now. I'm a sophomore. What do I do now? Book a call so I can see your video. I'm a freshman that plays the highest level in my province. Where should I am to play currently? I'm sorry, Jordan. I don't understand what you're saying. I'm a freshman that plays at the highest level in my province. Where should I am to play currently? You mean what should you aim for? I don't know, Jordan. I would need to see your video. What divisions should I aim for as an Eastern Isle team who played playoffs in the best in the area? Emma, you're in 8th grade, so you should aim for Division 3 and then aim for Division 1 at the same time. So email D3s first, then email the D1s. Then you can tell the D1s that you have interest. Okay, I'm about to jump on a call so you guys can see what happens when I do a call. And you guys can decide if this is something you want.
Recording in progress.
Hey, what's going on?
Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Excellent. Thanks so much for your guys' time. I'm really excited to speak to you all. Before we get started, can I ask who found me first?
I think I did. We found you both, I think, at the same day. You showed up on both of our feeds for TikTok. So
All right. Love to hear it. Having said that, there was a longer video I sent before this call that kind of talked about what we do with sophomores. Did you guys get a chance to see that already?
Yeah, I took a look at that. I saw that video.
Okay. Have you seen that video yet?
I haven't.
Okay.
I was working, so he just sprung this on me now. So
Okay. No worries. Having said that, I want to kind of explain the goal for today. Is that okay?
sure.
Yeah.
So the goal today is 3 things. First, we need to see if we're the right fit to work together. So I know you've seen my
Yep.
videos, both of you on TikTok, which is awesome. The video I sent to you before this call that I was hoping you would see explains what I do, which I'll show you today, including the price. So part of my job was to try and scare you away before you even got on the call with me. So that way, if you felt I wasn't the right fit, you'd say the first part is to get to know each other. The second part is to scare your son away so he quits, so we don't have to do any of this stuff. And then third, by the end of today, we have to decide if we're going to work together. And the reason being, I just don't work with that many students. And right now, as well for your son, the sooner you get started, typically, the more opportunities you can have. And also the more mistakes you can make without there being consequence. Once you get to a certain stage, if you get injured or if you miss a showcase, there's a consequence to that. So having said that, I have a couple questions for your son first. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. So my first question for you is, so far, how many calls do you have with Division III schools?
I have 0 calls with Division 3 schools.
Did any Division III schools mention coming to a game this past fall?
No, none.
Okay. And then right now, if I said to you, what do you think you need the most help with? What would you say that is?
I would say, honestly, just getting exposure to schools and getting my name out there and forming connection with the school.
Okay. Getting connections and starting for the coaches to know who you are. From your father's perspective, what do you think your son needs the most help with?
Yeah, that's probably it, right? Probably got a late start on this. We did the NCSA route, and thought that would kind of get it on autopilot, and it doesn't. It just gives you an app so you can look at some information on the schools and things like that. So, we've been working on making videos and that type of stuff. It's just, there's so much competition, right? It's an uphill battle for him. At this point, not to say that, I don't think he has the ability to get there, but that's what we wanted to talk to you about, to be like, look, if it's his goal and dream to play at a collegiate level, what do we got to do to get there? So that's why we're just looking for someone to give us an honest shake, not lip service, not an ID camp person. Hey, pay us money so you can come to the ID camp, that type of stuff. Like somebody to really look at him and say, yeah, you got a chance, or here's what you need to do. Here's what you need to work on.
Okay, super. So honest feedback on where he's at and maybe including what level he could potentially play at.
Yeah.
Okay, super. Having said that, for your son, why do you want to play college soccer? There's a lot of work for me. It's a lot of work for you. It's a lot of work for your father. Why do you want to do all this?
Yeah, I want to play college soccer because I am truly like in love with this game. I mean, it's honestly my passion. I work every day for it. It's the first thing I think about when I get home. It's about the only thing I want to do. And I just can't imagine giving it up in 2 years left. And I want to pursue this dream because I really think I can do it.
Now, having said that, for your father, you had mentioned like, we don't want lip service and we want honest. Let's say I told you, which is not the case, but let's say I said, your son sucks. He's not going to play college soccer. Would you take my word and give up?
No, we would take that in consideration. We would ask for honest feedback on what you're seeing out there. And then, we'd probably float it out to, some other sources too. Being that he just turned 15, he's younger for his grade. A lot can happen in the next year or two, at least from him, from a skill set point of view. I think really what you've done from your videos is really to understand, for lack of a better word, the business side of college recruiting, because that's essentially what it is. I mean, these college coaches, that's their careers are on the line with players here. So it's better understanding the business side of, what college soccer is all about and what's involved.
Yeah, super helpful. So in saying that, would you agree with me that academics come first in this process?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
And
I would.
having said that, we both agree, and I'm a big proponent. I played college soccer, and then I went to play pro soccer. From your father's perspective, why do you want to help your son play college soccer? We could make him just live in a closet and not play soccer. I can tell he's obsessed.
We could make him live in a closet. I mean, I own my own business, so obviously there's skill sets that I bring to the table that college I don't think is what it used to be from an educational point of view. So if this is his dream to want to do this, before you get into your career, you're working the rest of your life. You know what I mean? So before he gets there and this is what he wants to do, why not give him every opportunity to try and make that happen?
Well said. Really well said. So what I want to do is give you guys kind of my diagnosis on your current situation. Is that okay?
Sure.
Yeah.
So the way I see it right now, I'm going to share my screen so you can see what I'm looking at, is for students like him, I'm looking for a couple things. One, I want to, frankly, I want to measure your passion because your son's a good soccer player. I'll talk about that in a second, but he's going to be told no, either by, you could argue me, which not in this case, but by somebody. And, our resilience through that is really important. On the flip side, he'll also be told yes, and I don't want his head going to the stars. So the first thing is when I'm looking at your son and I'm seeing his like videos and whatnot, my first thing is, look, you definitely can play college soccer. To go on to say you're like a no-brainer Division I think is a bit aggressive. But to say you can definitely play top academic Division III, from what I've seen, is for sure, which usually means that there's potential to play D1, but then it comes to the business side, right? At that point, it's less about the level. It's more about the business part, like your father's mentioning. So you got to fix a couple things, in my opinion. The first one being your videos. You have videos, but they're not ordered right. They're formatted poorly. The arrows suck. All of that's a problem. The next thing is, because your father hadn't seen this yet, is you have to email, and you have to email a lot, and you have to do it genuinely, and you have to do it effectively. So the way I do it is I built this system that connects to your own Gmail account. And the reason it's important that it does that, as you know, because you had NCSA, is coaches hate NCSA. So as long as you use it, you'll always be at a downfall. But the concept of messaging many schools at once is a lovely idea. So what I did is I spent my life savings creating an account where it connects to your own Gmail. So it's not College Soccer Guy, it's just your own email. You click select all to every school you are interested in, and we're going to give you a list, and you'll have your list you'll give to me. And we'll go, dear #coach, #genuine, #school, and it will automatically populate the coach's name. It will automatically help us write something genuine, and it will put the school's name. So every time we send one button, it individually goes to every single coach with this information. And then every time you send an email, again, it's connected to your own email account. You'll be reminded if they don't email you back. And every time you receive an email, it will automatically organize it as genuine, generic, or when is the camp. So it might say this email is genuine. It will put it in that section. Your father mentioned you run your own business. It's a CRM. This is all we're doing is creating a CRM for your son. He's the product. We have to sell him, and he needs to keep track of all of his leads. And in college soccer world, it's about in-person meetings, right? Showcases, ID camps, and it's about email marketing at the end of the day. So with him, these are the events. So you need to know when they are. What is your business?
Insurance.
Okay, I was going to try to make an analogy, but in your son's
Yeah,
case,
gotcha.
my grandpa did insurance. But in your son's case, if you in a regular, say you were selling a product, you would go to like events to sell your product. That's what an ID
Yep.
camp is. You have to go there, and yes, even for those in the real world, you have to pay to go to those events. You have to have a
Yep.
table for $200. It's the same with a camp, but the fun part is you get to play soccer, so that's cool.
Yeah.
And then this is a little robot we have. It's AI generated. So if you were to ask it like, when is the ID camp for so-and-so? Or how many seniors are on this team? Or, hey, I got an email. Can you tell me how to respond to this? It will tell you in my voice. It's my clone per se. And then the next thing is, you guys already mentioned it, like we want to make sure that we get connections and interest. Now it's illegal for me to directly connect you because of NCAA rules. So my workaround is I find out what the coaches need. They contact me about what they need. And then I tell you what to say, like a dating coach, and say, email this
Yeah.
person and contact this person. And on the other side of it, you should never be limited to my connections or anyone else, because nobody knows everybody. So at the end of the day, these coaches, no matter how good their connections are, they want to hear from the kids. This is college soccer. It is not pro. They want to know that you want to go to the school academically. They want to know that your father owns his own business and raised a son that, is confident in speaking. They want all of it. And there's no way an agent can do that for you, even if they were allowed to. So my model is, I want to make sure your son gets the best chance to be seen. And to do that, you obviously mentioned right now you're playing ESNL RL. Is that right?
Yeah.
Now this video
Yeah.
with Delco, what was this?
This was a showcase we went to.
Oh,
yeah.
that's what you meant by FC Delco. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so super helpful. So in saying that, that's what you have to fix. Now, my job is, you already have a list-ish. Is that true?
Oh, yeah. About.
Okay. And you have really good grades. So to your father's point, and I studied communication in college, so it did not get me a job. However, I made many friends. I'm doing
Yeah.
what I'm doing now because I played college soccer and I
Yeah.
played pro soccer. So it has, as your father would say, it has its value. And I totally agree with you. If I don't have any kids yet, but when I do, I am a firm believer that college itself is not the make it or break it educationally, but as your father mentioned, like it's really fun at the very least.
Yeah.
And you get to play soccer at like a pro level with pro facilities for 4 years. I would play pro soccer for 10 years. I never had a 4-year contract ever. And my college contract, which in my case was about $300K, was the most I ever made as a professional athlete. So having said that, I want to pick a list for you because I know some coaches that you might like and might like you. I want you to figure out who you like. And even though we had mentioned academics come first, the problem is that you like soccer, unless I make you quit today, which is part of my job, is you have to love your coach. Would you agree?
Yeah, definitely.
My brother had a horrible coach who my brother played literally 2 minutes his whole 4 years, and he scored a goal in those
Wow.
2 minutes. And he's technically the leading goals per minute ratio in Division III.
Yeah.
But he had a miserable time. And I, on the other hand, had the best time of my life. My father had a heart attack when I was in college, and my coach became like a very fatherly figure, and it just changed everything for me. And this is why I promote college soccer even more than pro, say, because it just had a big, profound impact on me. So having said that, I want to ask your son for a second if I managed to scare you away.
No, definitely not. I
Okay.
definitely think this road is possible.
Okay. Is this the type of help you're looking for?
I would say definitely. That's definitely, like you listed about everything I need right now.
Okay. And for your father, is this the type of help you'd be looking for your son?
It is, because I have not done anything for him. He's been doing all of this. So the videos that he made, everything else has all been him, from the eyes of a 14-year-old. He just turned 15 a couple months ago. So, this is his serious passion. And, if people think he can play at that level, then that's when I'm going to commit my time and effort to help out with this technology stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Super helpful. So you guys had already mentioned like NCSA and what they do. And I think it's important because they own the industry to some degree because they're so big. And that's part of their problem is they're so big. So part of my job is I'm to go, look, what is their downfalls? And part of it is you can't access them all the time, which I want to be able to it's mandatory that your son speak to me and my team once a week, every single week. Otherwise, we don't want to work with the kids. On top of that, I want to edit your videos. So like your current videos are not trash, but I would like to fix them. And that'd be great, right? You made them. I'll just fix them a bit better. And then second is your new videos. We want to do it correctly the first time. So I will do that. We also want to get you on Instagram and Twitter, which are really easy to do with our tools. And then the email system you saw, they don't have it because it's proprietary to me, but also because they want you to be connected. I don't care. I'm very fortunate. I've helped many kids play college soccer. I want you to play college soccer because I care about you as a person, but I don't care if I get the credit like they do because they're a huge company. I want you to tell me, hey, Zev, I'm happy one day. And if that means one day you go to a school and you say, Zev, I know I could have played college soccer, but I chose not to, I'm still happy because then you got to make a decision you're happy with. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I get that.
Okay. And then in my world, if it doesn't we expect results in the next 3 months. And if that does not happen, I'll explain what results mean in a minute. But if that doesn't happen, then I refund you. And once you sign a contract with them, as you guys know, you're stuck, whether it works or not. And that's, I bought NCSA. My mom bought NCSA for both my brother and I, and that did not work for us. So I want to show you what it looks like to work with us on kind of a weekly basis. So the first thing is when you're working with us, your son is going to get a coach plus me. Your Zoom meetings won't be with me. And the reason for that is I'm really busy working for you over here. I got to edit all your videos, all your new videos. I got to help you set up your Instagram. I have to find out which camps you should go to. I update the email. That email system you saw, the coaches get changed every day. So I have to go update it. And then I'm also really busy with the NCAA right now because of the new rules, which you guys have probably heard about with the Division I cuts and the JUCO rule. So I'm actually, which I never, like 3 years ago when I was doing this, the NCAA never changed anything. So I didn't need to spend my time there. But now I have to go to I have to talk to lawyers and say, what does this lawsuit mean for soccer? And even the lawyers don't know. So then I have to call compliances of each school because every school treats the rules differently. Like even with the roster cuts, some schools are not going to do it. Like it is not across the board. So that's my job. So I'm really busy working for you over here. You can message me as much as you want, but I want you to have access to somebody you can speak to on the phone every day if you want to. And your coach is actually a former student of mine who went on to play college soccer, shadowed me for a number of years. And now this year alone, he's helped more kids play college soccer than I have. So they're very good at what they do. And then the next thing is your father and I will get a channel, just you and I, separate from your son. I know he's taking control, but you're a parent. You may say, hey, Zev, he got invited to this camp and I don't want him to go because of XYZ. And we can, help facilitate that conversation. And then the other, or vice versa. He's not considering this school and I think he should. And we can also facilitate that. Then we want to edit all your videos. We also want to go through game video review and go, look, you're a good soccer player. There was a couple clips I'll show you real quick where I was like, this is why I think you can definitely play college soccer and your grades help us too. And the club level is something else we'll have to discuss. And it's a never ending discussion as long as you're in high school. But there's some moments here in this game. This first clip I liked because you keep the ball really well. You're big coaches like I'm 5'6". That was not something I talked about often. And you've got really good feet. So immediately I was like, look, there's something to it. This is not a highlight video, which is a problem. It is great. It's from a good showcase though. So that's a benefit, which we have to talk about. Then the other piece is I was looking at this other video, which is older, but it was older, but you did a nice little Ronaldinho-ness. And I was like, hey, this kid's got good feet. It's this clip here, I think. And I was like, this kid's got good feet. I want to know a little bit more about what's his situation at the minute. And you've kept the ball really well. And there was a player called Nzonzi. He played for Valencia, and you kind of gave me Nzonzi vibes and played at Tottenham for a bit. Anyways, my point is I liked what I was seeing. And I know these are mostly every touch videos. Furthermore, to the reason to fix your video. Because again, I watched everything, which allows me to get a better perspective of you. These coaches are going to watch 15 seconds and then hopefully more if they like you. And that's my job to kind of fix that. So that way they like you the first time. So having said that, I want to help you improve as a player. And then you're going to get a Google Drive so your father can see it. And this is running a business, which is something some of our students write essays about, is you're going to get a Google Drive that looks like this. And we're going to put your highlight videos here. You're going to keep this forever. And we're going to give you a list of schools based off of your major, based off what you might want to major in. We can split it up based off of what you're thinking about. Division I list, and for you a D3 list. And that's really what this conversation is for us to be on the same page, to go if you guys are open to Division III for now, and then you're open to Division I, then we're on the same page. If you say, no, I only want Division I, then I would say, look, with my model, it doesn't work. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Now Division II is something we can talk about, but your grades are frankly too good. So I'd be the first one to tell you, we're going to skip it.
Okay. Wait, what, how come, what is the difference though? How come Division II, my grades are too good?
Good question. Most Division II schools are looking for the kids in the ranges of a 3.5 to 3.0 to 3.5. And your grades are?
4.0.
So look, having said that, if you guys as a family go, hey, I'm open to it, I will help you create a list of schools. But as somebody who puts academics first, I would rather you go to a top academic D3 than a mid-tier D2.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I agree with that.
But it doesn't mean we won't email them. Look, we can email them. That's free and it's easy. All I'm saying is I don't want you to spend your time and money to a school we're not going to go to. But I do want us to spend emailing. Like there's a top academic list that should know who you are. You're good enough. You have the grades. They should know who you are. D1 is similar. Now, that's when you might decide there's a sacrifice. I could, like in your father here, some families say to me and say, if my kid doesn't go to an Ivy League, I'm going to push him off a bridge. And I go, okay, then we may as well help him go to an Ivy League. In your guys' case, your father's saying, look, I want you to be happy. So let's say there's a mid-tier, good academic D1 or a top academic University of Chicago D3. That's Division I. So maybe you would consider it. That's okay too. My job is just to get eyeballs on you. As a family, we're going to discuss what is the best decision. And it also comes back to you, going back to your loving your coach. Do you want to play every minute for 4 years, or are you okay sitting on the bench for a year?
I would personally, I would like to play. I don't really like sitting on the bench. Like
Okay.
I've never done that. I'd never want to do that.
Okay, that's very telling. So as I create your list, and this is why we have these discussions, I can keep that in mind. My brother was the same as you. He was like, I'm playing every minute. I was like, as long as it's D1 and I don't play a minute, I don't care. Which I can tell you I was wrong to think that because it is not fun not playing. But there was a point that's where my headspace was. And in hindsight, I wish I had somebody to tell me what that really felt like. So having said that, that's the drive you're going to get. And then I want to show you one more thing. I don't know if you can see my screen still. Sorry. This is what your son's document should look like in like a month from now. In about a month from now, it should look like this. So this is a student that's graduated. And the other folder I showed you, this is a current student. So this student is graduated. What happens is we meet every single week. And every week you get a video of like a summary of our meeting. There's like, the meetings are 35, 45 minutes. But the the summary we do for your father, if you're not at the meetings, is 10 minutes. So you can just, oh, what did you do today? Boom. And then we tell them what to do. Text this school, call this school. We become your dating coach, like I mentioned. So that way you know each step of the process. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the last piece is when we're working with students, I'm an annual service. So it's $4,997 for a year. After the year, in your son's case, right, he'll be a junior January 6th-ish. At that point, if we say, hey, we still need more guidance, then we create a custom plan. But it's pretty rare. Like I've pretty much never done that before. Most of the time, the students go, I understand the process. You will have experienced every piece of it by that point. And you go, I know what to do. And then you have my tools to keep doing it. You keep the email system for life. You keep the Google Drive forever. And from then on, you go about the recruiting process knowing what to do. And the goal is, the reason I have this model instead of, say, NCSA or trying to keep you forever so I make a bigger buck, is the sooner your son starts to understand the process, he can respond faster and faster and better. And he'll have the videos done already. So the heavy lifting, it's kind of the analogy I give is, it's like a rocket ship. If your son needed to ship a rocket from Earth to space, that's hard. Once you're in space, you're just, you're not autopilot, but you're pushing, the air busters from time to time. But getting out into space is difficult. And that's kind of what I do. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I get that.
Now, having said that.
So what do you
Yeah, go ahead.
lose? The personal, you just lose the personal one-on-one coaching after the year, but the tools and process and all that is still there?
Exactly. And then the editing videos, we don't continue to edit unlimited videos. The goal is, though, by this time next year, we will give your son an editing system, so he'll know how to do it, but we're going to edit all your videos while we're with you.
Gotcha. Okay.
And he'll see it. He'll be like, oh, that's how you make a video. Drag and drop. We have the system. We'll show him how to use it. And at that point, like I mentioned, this is partially why, too, to get on this call, I make it not very easy. Your son has to go through multiple hoops because I want kids that can do this process once we're done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So here's my last question for your son. Let's say I mentioned I wanted to scare you away today. I don't work with that many students. Why do you think you're a good fit to work with me?
Honestly, I think I'm a good fit to work with you because I'm probably one of the most passionate people you're ever gonna meet. I mean, I'm the most dedicated as well. I mean, I'm good to go to work whenever, always. I'm always set to go. And like, if you need me to do something, I'll do it. I think I'm very reliable as well. I'm never gonna leave you hanging.
Okay, it's really important. Part of the reason that's extra and the reason I asked the question is you're going to book your own meetings like an adult. And if you don't show up to the meetings over and over again, then you're fired and you don't receive a refund. So, and I don't anticipate that happening. Now, we're very reasonable. If you get sick or something, just let us know within a reasonable time. But it's really important that you've explained to me that you're dependable. Now, the other piece of it is I asked this of all of our students. Do you have, Austin, a savings of your own of some kind?
I have a bank account, but yeah.
Okay. Would you be willing to invest your own money into working through this process?
I definitely would be willing to, yeah.
Okay. And
For
it's
sure.
up to you guys how you do that. But I don't work with any kids unless at least they say they're going to do it. Because if kids tell me they're very committed, but they're not willing to put their quote unquote money where their mouth is, then they're not serious. So that's what I love to hear. From your father's perspective, why do you think your son is a good fit to work with us?
Well, I mean, I had the pleasure of coaching him when I was younger, right? But I can only take him so far. But this is one of the few kids, when we talk about work ethic, right, of being on there, kids always giving 100% to that process. So similar to kind of like me, where if he sets his mind to it, I'm going to bet on that kid every day.
Amazing. This is my last question for both of you, but I'm going to direct it towards your father. Let's say you had to work with me right now, this second. Are there any questions that come to mind?
Yeah, I mean, really, we just started the ODP program this past weekend. So we made the indoor team, and we wanted to see how far he can get in the ODP process, right, as an exposure. He's on the RL team here in Western New York. We only have Western New York Flash. That's the only ECNL process that we have, and it's all political BS because it's the old guys from GPS and Rush that all went and got jobs over at Western New York Flash, which was originally designed for girls soccer.
Yeah, I'm from New York. I'm very familiar.
Yeah, so he's not on the ECNL team because of politics, not because of skill sets.
I can see that too. I can definitely see that. And that, unfortunately, college coaches don't care. I'm not saying you're wrong. They just care that they get to see good soccer players, which is partially why I exist. I was playing JV soccer myself, and I felt like I deserved to be on a better team. And so I did the off the field stuff in order to make up for what I didn't have politically.
Yeah. And the other issue, I guess, is, is he going to, obviously, I think the trend as of late is, kids coming over from Europe, right, that aren't able to cut it over there are coming over here, getting a scholarship. And, basically anybody that's, touched the soccer ball and has an accent is getting priority over, the kids that have been sitting there playing, U.S. soccer.
For specifically, or I should say, especially for the Division Ones. Now, some of those players are exceptional. I mean, there's a player that was playing at Marshall, and he just made his debut against Real Madrid the other day, and he played college soccer a year ago. So he was obviously, and they're very good players. And that goes back to the point, coaches just want players that wins them soccer games. That's all they care about. So to your point, this is where I mentioned at the beginning, if I said it's impossible, you're not going to play soccer, would you quit? I'm telling you, your son can definitely play top academic D3. I'm saying Division I soccer is definitely difficult. The highest level Division I schools would be very difficult. I would call those a reach schools. And that's where we go, do we want to go for it knowing the odds are against us, or do we want to go, the odds are against us and I don't want to? And from your son's interaction with me today, whether you work with me or not, he's not going to stop. Which is great. That's the headspace. And I was the same. And my kind of motto is, why not you? Because I did play D1 and I've got a full ride, and I played pro for 10 years after that. So you're not wrong, though. If you're asking me, like, will that make it competitive? Absolutely. It will make it more competitive. And because of that, it's important. His videos are the best they can be. And the showcases, and they know him earlier. To your point, the top academic D3s, like if your son wasn't the level, I would say, let's wait, and there would be consequences to that. But I've seen his feet. To your point, he's an ECNL quote-unquote level player. Every top academic D3 school can legally talk to your son, which is the reason I asked how many phone calls was because I thought your son was a good soccer player and saw his videos and was like, oh, he must have had at least a couple. And they know they can talk to you before the D1s get in their way. So you have 6 months to get that quote-unquote ahead, and then you're like every other kid.
Okay.
Got it.
Good question. So here's the last thing from me. I'm going to send an email over with everything we spoke about. This is recorded as well. I mentioned that at the end of the call, I'm just going to show you this real quick. I mentioned at the end of the call, we had to decide if we're going to work together. Wasn't entirely true. I'd like you guys to think about it as a family and to have a discussion without me on the call. But by the end of tomorrow, I do need to know if you would like to work with me.
Okay.
And the reason for that is I don't work with that many students. So the next 24 hours, I have to know.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. This is the last thing. Typically, I do this when the call is done and I just make notes after our call. But I think you guys would like to see what your coach is going to hear about you. Obviously, they're going to listen to this meeting, but I want to tell them like what I think you need to do. Is that okay?
Yeah. Yeah. It's good.
So first of all, I talk about like what kind of student you are. So I'm giving you a 10 because I love your passion. And then this is what you and your coach are going to talk about in your first meeting together. So you get an idea of what your is. Hi, coach. I'm here with an awesome family. I come across a lot of committed kids because we obviously only want to work with those kids. And if you're watching this video, then you're about to talk to this amazing Austin. But I don't come across as many kids who are as eloquently speaking about it as this student. Like he is committed. He's older, and he's actually younger, but he's older in his personality, which is what coaches will love. He gives captain energy for sure, which is good. The first thing is he's got 4 videos even. He's got videos, we'll say, and I would like them fixed. Normally I don't use them at all, but I think we should get them fixed, and it's super easy for us to fix them. So I'd like him to submit those. Where then I want to make and have those be individual videos, and we can send those out individually because they're every touch videos. But we're going to need to make a main highlight video, which he does not have. We need him to have a self-interview, and he's got great grades. So I'm going to give him a D3 top academic list, and I want to send. He's got the level. He's a big player. He's got good feet. He gives me center mid and Zonzi vibes, you know who that is. And I think that's who we should think about. The next piece is I want him to start emailing the D1s for sure. This will be like week 2, depending on how quickly he gets me his self-interview, because I would like them to start to know about him, especially since he's at a disadvantage where he lives, but he's a good enough player. Like for them, especially with his grades, if he gets D3 interest, D1 is realistic. If he gets D3 interest, D1 is realistic, but he's got to get this first. And then the next thing is we got to pick out the camps, and he's probably going to have to go to this camp and this camp. I'll write those out for you. And then his email, we're going to write his email for him to make it as best we can. And his family is very, very much behind him, which is great. Okay, look forward to it. Okay, that's your first meeting. Sound like a plan?
Yeah.
Awesome, guys.
Sounds great.
Yes, so it looks like you have another question, Mr. Higgins?
Yeah, just how is the payment
Yes, thank you.
arrangements work on that? Is that like kind of upfront and then you guys, like if we don't hear from you, that type of stuff? Is it like
good
installments to make sure that, we got a little skin in the game for both of us?
Good question. Similar. So we split up into 3 payments because we expect, I should have said this clearer, we expect in the next 3 months that your son is talking to Division III schools in a very real way. And if he is not, then we refund you. 98% of our students with above a 3.7, which is your son, get a minimum of $60,000, upwards of $250,000. And I put a list down here of families and their scholarships. This family got $100K and they had a 3.9 and went to a top academic. There's way more money in the top academics than even in the D1 schools. Top academics are the ones with the money because they get more donations. So anyways, it is to say, I expect in 3 months from now, if your son is not genuinely speaking to Division III schools where they compliment him, they ask for a pre-read, they want him to come to a camp, but like actually want him to come, right? Not a robot. Then I know it's working and I believe we'll be successful. On the flip side, if in 3 months from now it's ghost town or just robot emails, then I was wrong and I messed up, which has not happened yet, but it is of course possible.
Okay.
All right.
And then to answer your question, some people are like, well, it's in the first 3 payments. So how come, like, what's your incentive? Your coach doesn't get paid unless he works with you. So there's that piece. But the other piece is, if you're worried about that, then I'm not the right fit. I do this because I love it. Your father, obviously you have a small business. It is a small business. It's not that many of us, but I really love doing it every day. So that's the beauty.
Okay.
Cool.
Great.
Awesome, guys. It was really nice talking to you all. I'm going to send over an email and then I'll speak to you in the next 24 hours.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Thank you a lot.
Awesome,
Thank
guys.
you.
Talk soon.
All right.
Yeah.
Bye. Okay, what's up, everybody? Are you guys still here listening? That's awesome of you. Hello, TikTok. TikTok's winning again with more people. We have another, wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more meetings. I need to get some water. Let me save something for a second. I don't know. Here it is. Okay. All right, there's that. Okay. Where am I? Okay, let me grab some water real quick, everybody. I'll be right back. Literally 2 seconds. You can still hear me. I'm just grabbing water. Is the state league good for a 14-year-old? It's a good place to start, but you have to move up. You will have to move up over time for sure. Let me just make sure I finished everything for that student. I think I did. Client prospects. Okay, they're good. Let's see, sounds like your boss. Okay, August. Okay. What should I be doing as a 7th grader wanting to play D1 and D2? Emily, book a call with me. I need to see your video. These are good questions. Talk to your parents. You'll see a section for below 8th grade. When you say move up, what do you exactly mean? Like, should I be at, if I want, you have to play MLS Next or ECNL if you want to play D2 or D1. And since you're 14, you can start that process. So every year you should try out for the better teams. And if they tell you you're not good enough, good, go on the team you can play for, try out again, try it again, try it again. A D3 soccer reached out to me and I'll be attending their ID camp in the spring. Should I email them before I attend? Sarah Soccer, absolutely, definitely do that. Okay. Is the UPSL good for a 16-year-old? Good for soccer, not good for recruiting, but very good for soccer. I play Easton out. I'm a sophomore. What do I do now? That call I just had was with a sophomore. So you want to do the exact same steps they were doing. If you're not sure, then let me know. What is the best school you've sent someone to? What is the best school you know? And I will tell you if I have somebody at the school. We have someone at Stanford. We have someone at Duke. We have someone at Princeton, Florida State. Tell me if I missed one. I play Easton out. I'm a sophomore. What do I do now? Caden, I just went over a call with that. So the short answer is I need to know more about you to give you details, but like book a call with me if you want to. But video, send emails, go, etc. I'm a freshman that plays at the highest level in my province. Where should I play? Where should I am currently? Sorry, Jordan, I don't understand what you're saying. What division should I aim for as an ECNL team who made playoffs and best in the area? Still aim for Division 3 first, Emma Dawn, but then maybe more than that. I would need to see your video, Emma. Then we can talk about it. Aim, not what division. So you asked me, Jane, what aim for Division 3 first, everybody, for sure, because you can just get better interest. Then aim for the D1s after that, for sure. Okay, good question. Lots of questions here. Hold on, I'm going to get to these. Okay. What is the best school you've sent someone? Okay, yeah. Do you think I'm late, Isaac? No, you're not. Yes, you are late. If you're a junior, you're late, but not too late. But you are late. Is there such a thing as being small? I'm a 5-foot sophomore. No, there's no such thing as too small. I'm 5'6". I was 5'0". I was 4'9" when I was a sophomore. So you're fine. Where can I send my highlight reel? Link in the bio. Juanito. I'm a goalkeeper in MN, and most schools in the area know about me. How can I expand my recruitment? That's really good, Liswin. You need to say that in your email, and then we can send that off. So we can figure that out. What is the best school you've sent? Okay, what's the best school name? I have video. Can I play college summer if I play you? Luke, what was your high school? Is it realistic to go from Sunday league to SCCL soccer without any other team experience? Yes. Depends on your level. Okay. If I don't have any video, should I still send an email to colleges? No, you have to have video. Hey man, I have a question for you. Please check your DMs. Sorry. Book a call with me. I get too many DMs. I'm sorry. Is BOL good for D1 or D2? No. Yeah, I didn't. Thank you, Adam, for the gifts. Thank you, Adam. What a legend. My grandson is in Arizona with his ODP. That's great. Your grandson, that's awesome. Shot pot 57. ODP, I'm going to take a screenshot. That's awesome. ODP or MLS Next games if there's a conflict. Ooh, good question. Technically, it would be very politically minded towards the coaches, less about which league. It doesn't matter unless it's a showcase. It doesn't matter unless college coaches are coming. My short answer would say stay with the MLS Next. So is the 28 roster kept for every D1 school? Not yet. It will be for many, but not everybody. How old should my son be to sign him up for academy? As young as you're willing. Still 10K. I'm not sure what that means, poker. I'm going to call you. Okay, Mr. Adam. The number of viewers hit an all-time high in 30 days. Thanks, guys. I'm a sophomore in high school. How should I start? Make videos. Start thinking about which schools to go to. I played with Tonga senior national team, and I have younger players in Tonga. How can I help them? Mike Ellie, you should purchase my program. Go to csgprograms.org with an S, csgprograms.org. Purchase the program, just you purchase it, and then give it to all of them and have them follow the directions. Where can I send my highlight video? Link in the bio. Has any of your students played MLS? No, we have not. MLS Next, yes, but not at the pro level. If you live in the UK, what are the requirements to get a D1 scholarship? It varies. You have to book a call. It's very complicated. How long should you wait until following up with a coach after not getting a response initially? 7 days. I'm a freshman in high school, NB. That's good. Could I use my sophomore film while trying to get recruited as junior? Yes. How much people do you work with? About 35 kids. I'm a freshman in high school and was a right back, but they put me for center defensive mid. Any tips? That's okay. That's a good thing, actually. It means you're good. Make sure you hit some long balls into the strikers, but into their feet or through lines. What year do people usually get calls from coaches? If they're really good, it happens in 8th, 9th grade if by D3s. Otherwise, most of the time it's sophomore year or going in or junior year. If I'm an ECRL but gonna play at ECNL next year as juniors, what should I tell them? Let them know. Email them and say exactly that. Thanks, Z. You're welcome, Poker and Biotech. Cost for the program. To work with me? No, it is not 10K. No. Any new kids joined today? Wondering how much kids joined a day. No kids are allowed to join on the same day as their phone calls. They have to think about it for 24 hours because I want them to be really excited to work with me. So nobody's joined yet. But if they actually, that's not true. One student today already joined, but they'll start at the end of this week. But yeah, no, I can't work with that many students. When will the roster cap be for everybody? We don't know, actually. We won't know the answer until April. High school senior goalkeeper. I've pursued playing college soccer the past 2 years and had my fair share of emailing, calling, but I'm not receiving many promising options for the time I have. Carlson, is probably too late. Unless you're willing to go to a lower level team, it's really late. You're the same deal. If you apply for a call, you'll be given a website and a discount, and you can use that website to try and get interest. You can have a 1-hour call with my team and I to help you, but you're very late. Preparing for my son's first highlight video, full left back. What should be in his first couple highlights? Goals and assists, always. If you have crosses, that's great too, or dribbling moments, that's also great. I'm trying to schedule a call and it won't submit. Is there a character limit? Probably. I'm not sure, NorCal Soccer Girl. If you send me a screenshot to my DMs, I can figure out what's wrong, but I would just maybe write less things. I'm not really sure what the issue is, but definitely let me know what the issue is. I'd love to see what the problem is so I can fix it. What do you mean when you say every touch highlight video? Every touch is every touch you took in one game. In my highlight reel, I'm going to make, should I be adding videos from games and training or just games? As attacking midfield, just games. Emily McKenzie. But you can make a different video of just training. Can I send video to other club coaches? Absolutely. You should. It's a good idea, actually. That's what we do. Can I send? I guess I'm a little late as well. Yeah, okay. I'm an 08 junior, by the way. Okay, get started. Hey, I just got done with the ECNL Showcase in Florida. I emailed some coaches beforehand as well. What should I say in the follow-up? Anything other things to say? Yeah, there's a ton of things to say, Darius. If you go through my videos and you look up Showcase, you'll see a template that I give. But you want to do that ASAP. Thanks for the information so much. Just last year was planning my local team sitting bench, and now I'm on a better team starting captain. Mateus, you legend. I'm so proud of you. A D3 school reached out to me, and I'll be telling you, okay, did that one already. Good job. If I have interest from top D3s and mid-tier D1s, any tips on what's next? Yeah, hell yeah. Start to reach out to some schools that are not responding that you want to respond to. That's really good. My son is beginning his junior year. Is this too late to ask you? Omar, if you apply and you get through, that means I liked your video and we can talk. But usually, yes, juniors, it's pretty late. Is the JUCO rule for everybody that plays JUCO, or is it just for people who graduated this year? It's for everybody who's playing Division I and used to play JUCO. But you have to be playing Division I right now. If Michael Holiday, I posted a video about it not that long ago. You'll see the whole details. What's the best school? Okay, do that one. Do you need to be ECNL M16 to get you an offer? No, but it helps. When will be the Ross Campy for everybody? It'll be in April. Okay. Can you tell coaches that you beat top ECNL team even if not? Hell yeah, Ethan Chang. You definitely should do that. I recently attended Syracuse at campus sophomore and got pulled up to play in the older group. Gio, that's awesome. Gio, you've been on my page for a long time. You're doing good. Let's see here. I'm being looked at by G Club, but I overheard my coach say that G is for girls who don't have what it takes to play ECNL. Is that true? Kind of. Oops, it is. Kind of is the answer. ECNL is better than GA typically. Should I indicate where the highlight is from on the highlight video? EG and ECNL Showcase, ECNL League match. Short answer is if you want to, if it's beneficial, like a showcase is. You don't have to say league. League is not beneficial. Showcase is beneficial. So if it's not beneficial, don't mention it. But if it's beneficial, then put it in there. But don't specify everyone. But if it's like against a player that has been committed, or if it's against a better ECNL team, but if it's just a league game, that's even hurts you actually, because they don't really care about league games as much as they care about showcases. I just committed D2 this week. Do you think it's possible for me to go D1 in the future? I don't know, JMO. Did we help you? Did my page help you go Division 2? That's freaking awesome, dude. I'm super proud of you. If I played the last 2 seasons at a JUCO, then transfer to D1 this coming spring, do I apply? Yes, you should definitely apply. You have to go to your compliance officer, and there's a very possibility that they will help you. How many coaches would you recruit you off one showcase with prior contact? How many coaches would recruit you off one showcase with prior contact? I don't know how many coaches, but if you said to me, what are the chances that they recruit you? The chances go up. you have better chance, better likelihood. Let me make sure I'm not too late for my next call. What tips? Hey, coach, if I want to play Chicago Fire MLS Academy, is there an ID session or do they scout me or can I email? You can try and email, but it's very difficult. The truth is they do host tryouts, but it depends how old you are. But the best thing to do is go be on your team and be the best you can be and go try and play college. And what tips do you have to getting an MLSX? I would definitely make video and send it to them. You can email it to them. You can email them. It's harder, but it can be done. Okay, we have a few more minutes. Yes, we do work with sixth graders, about 20%, but they have to be exceptional for their age and very committed. So they have to, if you apply, you're going to see a bunch of questions. And if you don't pass the questions, you'll be told that you're not the right fit. But you can try and test yourself in the link in the bio. Do your services require payment? Yes, they do require payment eventually. If you watch all my videos, every single video, then I pretty much say everything that there is. It's not nuanced to you, but it does say all the information. What's up, Jack Rock Soccer 2012? What percentage of students play college soccer? Of my students, 99.9%. We have a couple students that decide to go to college instead without soccer, but our record's pretty great. Sorry, Zev, live is possible. I don't know if you answered my question. Would you mind answering it? You should go to your compliance, Michael Holiday, and ask for the waiver. You have to go ask for the waiver. I didn't realize how hard it is to play college soccer until I went through the process. Thank you, JMO. That's what I'm trying to tell people. Taking a screenshot of that. That's what I'm trying to tell everybody, that it's more difficult than people think. Oh, okay, thank you. You're welcome, Ms. Holiday. Do you help email colleges before? Do you help? Yeah, of course we do. Of course. We have an email system that does it automatically, basically. Should I commit to my dream D3 school or try to get more offers? No, commit. You're not. That's such a good school. You have no idea. Plus, it's a dream school. Commit. Are you getting an offer to commit right now, Diego Ramirez? I have 2 students in Chicago and they love it. Do you have an email template? We custom every template, so I don't give out like a template. But dear coach, write something genuine, then put in my name is, I play for, my club level, my grades, my GPA, your position, and then say 1 accolade, and then ask a question. You know, may I come to your camp? May I shake your hand in person at a showcase? That's my template. What percentage? Okay, Jordan. Oh, I read that wrong. Yes, he sends lots of people. I'm confused. It's very low. Oh, thank you, Holiday, for helping fix that. Love who's say that again. Oh, the live pause. GMO, it's very difficult. And I'm glad you noticed that. Is it hard to walk on a D3 team? Yes. Depends which D3 team. Some are easier than others. Should I transfer high schools for a better chance at recruits seeing me, or does it not matter? If you know you have a better chance, then you should transfer. I don't know what makes you believe that, but if you believe it to be true, then I would say you should transfer. Yes, I was given around 2 weeks to make a decision, but parents want me to wait and try and get more money. University of Chicago is a life-changing school. I mean, what I would do is try for the next 2 weeks to make a decision, but that's a life-changing school, Diego. Life-changing. It's the best Division III program there is, and the money's expensive, though. I'm with you. So it's up to you, but it's a really big deal to get an offer from that school. Let me know. Did my videos help you, Diego, get an offer from University of Chicago? Good questions. Yep, they usually give around 2 weeks. Good question. Okay. Are your services less than? It depends per player. Lock in .jai. It varies per player. So if you book a call, you can find out what it costs for you because it varies per player. Every player is a little different based on what you guys need. Okay. What is the best soccer colleges in Kentucky? The best college soccer teams in Kentucky. Let's see. Okay. Based on my research, technically speaking, the best team, University of Kentucky, it would be the best team in Kentucky. There are many soccer teams in Kentucky. University of Louisville, Bellarmine, Northern Kentucky. Northern Kentucky is really good. Division II, Kentucky. There's a bunch of them. I have a list right here, actually. And yeah, there's a lot of schools. No coach ever recruited me off video. I got my first offer from months of communication, and after getting offer, I got more coaches who knew I had an offer. JMO, I'm so proud of you. So you were using our methods. Good job. What are the best D2 concepts? Yes, I went to camp and kept touch, like you said. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Diego Ramirez. Diego, if you end up committing to Chicago or wherever you end up committing, please let us know. That would be epic. That would be epic, epic, epic. No recruitment off video. I just got my first months of communication. That's good. Months of communication is very good. Okay, awesome, guys. I see. Thanks, JMO. After getting that offer, I got more coaches offer than I knew an offer. That's right. After getting that offer, I got more coaches from who knew I had an offer. JMO, brilliant. Sorry, TikTok. I've been taking screenshots, so I think it's been pausing. Okay, I have 4 minutes. 4 minutos. Okay, good question, Gashin. Would a high-level club soccer program be worth pursuing to focus on trying to transfer to D1, D2 school as a high school senior? I'm confused. Are you saying you want to work on transferring once you go to school? The answer is always better to play at a higher club level because you'll get better. And if you get better as a soccer player, better things can happen. But you should just aim for the school you want to go to. What's your opinion on East Now Showcase tournaments for high school seniors? It's really late, probably too late. If you want to go to a mid-tier, like this stage, it's really late. It's still possible, but it's pretty late, I have to say. So it's definitely good, but like if you're trying to play Division I, that boat has kind of passed. It is still possible if you have a lot of interest, then they may consider you. But if you don't have a lot of interest, then you're in trouble. It's really worth to pay $5 for college ID camps. It depends which camps you go to. And I know some of them suck. I'm not gonna lie, but some of them are really good. Coach Darren Soccer, hello. Okay, what did I say? I have 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Are Ivy League teams easier to get onto since school is hard to get into? No, they're harder to get into because the grades have to be so good. They're even more difficult. So it's even more challenging. Even more challenging. I'm sorry. I know it's tough. Should I email the whole coach staff or just that coach? I would recommend emailing each coach individually, which my system does, but it makes it difficult. Hey, Coach Darren Soccer. Okay, we have a meeting now. Let's jump on the meeting. This is with an 8th grader.
Recording in progress.
Microphone.
Hello?
Hello, everybody. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Awesome. You guys are early, which I love. I cannot see you. Okay.
All right, hold on. Nope, I'm fixing it.
Okay, perfect.
The teenager is helping us.
You did something, I don't know.
It's not working.
All right, I don't know if it's not working.
That's okay. Is there are you on a computer?
Yeah, we are. I don't
Yeah.
know why. There we go.
Sometimes. Oh. What kind of computer?
There we go.
Oh,
No, it's not working, honey.
Oh. It's tablet. What do you call it? The
tablet. Oh.
Surface
Microsoft
Pro.
Okay.
Surface.
Usually there's like a green Zoom thing in the bottom. Oh no, sorry. Then there's like a camera emoji and there's an arrow next to it.
Yeah, we just have a red triangle.
Surface camera rear.
Oh, red triangle. Oh, it's okay if I can't see you, but just let me know if you're very angry.
It's weird. I've never had this problem before with Zoom. I do Zoom for work all the time too.
No worries.
It's,
All right. Well,
I can FaceTime you guys on your phone as well at the end if it still doesn't work. So you can see my face, or so I can see your faces. But I did get to have your links and things, so I do know what you guys look like. Having said that, could I ask who found me first?
I did actually.
Amazing. And let me ask, what did your father tell you, both mom and daughter, about me?
Just that you're gonna help with the emails and video stuff for college.
that was Delaney.
Mhm. That's very true, potentially for sure. Anything else, Mom, that your husband mentioned?
Yeah, he just explained to me how he found you, and we watched your videos, and all of this is new for us, so we're looking for help and trying to understand how this process goes.
Yeah, I think what happened, obviously, with the algorithms these days, my wife had come across NCSA, if that's the name of it.
Yep.
And then I had pulled it up on Instagram or something like that. And I think it brought up other people in that similar kind of field. And you were kind of saying things that were completely different than what they were saying. And I found it very interesting.
Yes.
And then Delaney and I sat back and we've watched a whole bunch of your short videos on everything, your whole series on, this in 60 seconds.
Awesome. Okay, love that. That's what they're for. Now, there was one video I sent you guys before this call via your email, specifically about 8th graders. Did you guys get to see that?
Yes.
Okay.
All three of us.
Thank you for watching that. I really appreciate that. Which is then to say, if it's okay with you guys, kind of go over the agenda for today. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
So the goal today is to figure out a few things. I'm going to show you on my screen so you can see it and we can visit it again. The first thing is we want to, number one, if we're the right fit. And for us to do that, between your daughter and the family, I want you guys to, ask me any questions you might have. Number two is I want to see if I can scare your daughter away. How do I pronounce your first name?
Delaney, Delaney.
Delaney. Okay, perfect. That's what I have. Delaney, I want to see if I can scare you away and make you quit. Because then mom and dad, we don't have to do anything, and then I solved it. And then finally is by the end of today, we have to figure out if we're going to work together. I don't work with that many players. And for girls, you're not in 8th grade, you're in 9th grade. And when you're in 9th grade, you're in 10th. And when you're 11th, you're a senior. So you have 3 years to get recruited to play college soccer. So having said that, and it's, as you know, very competitive. So I have a couple questions for your daughter first. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right now, Delaney, have you had any phone calls with Division threes?
No.
Okay. And right now, have any Division 3 schools, did any of them mention coming to a game in the fall?
No.
Okay. And if I said to you right now, how many, let me back up. Let me say, what do you think you need the most help with right now?
With college stuff?
Yeah, specifically recruiting. I got to see your whole video and we can talk about that, but specifically recruiting, what do you think you need help with?
Just maybe knowing what's required to get recruited.
Knowing what's required. Okay, that's helpful. So maybe your video and which events to start to go to and what your club was going to help you do and not do.
Yeah.
Okay. From your parents' perspective, maybe specifically dad, but mom too, what do you think your daughter needs the most help with?
Well, I mean, candidly, figuring out which schools too.
What level she's at.
And then the one thing we've tried that's very hard to figure out is she right for D1? Which level of D1, or is she better off at D3? I mean, it's so hard to tell from just going to tournaments and playing, quite honestly.
True. Now, let's say this is for your daughter. Let's say Delaney, which is not the case, but let's say it said, you know what? You're never going to play D1. It's out of the question. You only can play Division 3. Would you quit?
No.
Okay. So from your father's perspective, one of the reasons that's important is it doesn't matter today. Now, it does matter because we create a plan off of that. But if your daughter wants to play college soccer and you guys want to support her, it's irrelevant because it's not up to you and it's technically not up to me either. It will be up to the coaches. But to your point, I understand why you'd like to know. So knowing which schools to pick, it's also, we want to know that our coaches are good to us. From your mom's perspective, what else do you think she needs help with?
In terms of the recruiting process?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think honestly, we're starting from the very beginning. I think that Delaney's going to need guidance in communicating with coaches, how to discover maybe what coaches are a good fit. Also, I think, and we haven't talked about it too much, is are you going to sit on the bench or are you going to play? How do you pick? How do you know? I know everything changes all the time and there's so many moving parts right now with college soccer for women.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that she's young, she is in 8th grade, and we're trying to get a jump on it. And I think she just needs help from the very beginning, understanding the whole process and following through.
Yeah, really good point. And I think what your mom brought up really well for you, Miss Delaney, is you could play college soccer somewhere, but maybe you wouldn't play very many minutes, or maybe you don't like the coach and you play every minute. Part of my job is to help you be happy at the end of the day. Now, having said that, in terms of being happy, Miss Delaney, why do you want to play college soccer? Why is this something you really want to do?
Just because I have a passion for the sport and I've played my whole life, and I feel like I understand it really well, and I just want to continue my journey.
I love that. Now, from your parents' perspective, would you guys agree with me that academics come first?
Yes.
100%.
Yeah.
Excellent. And I feel very strongly about that. I played college soccer and then I played pro soccer and slept in a closet and made $900 a month. But
yeah,
I went back to school to get my master's, and I'm really grateful I did. We could make your daughter, lock her in a closet and not let her go to college, not let her do school. Why do you want to help her play college soccer?
Because what she said, I mean, she's been passionate about it since she was about 5. And she's had, I would say, an unusual journey, but a very exciting one, in that she has been playing for the top team in Arizona for quite a few years.
Mm-hmm.
They won Dallas Cup. They've been finalists in surf, but so she's played with really good players before, and they've all grown and gotten better together.
Yeah, I played in Dallas Cup. I won Dallas Cup many moons ago, so I'm very familiar. And part of the thing I have to decide, which brings us kind of to my next point, is your diagnosis. I'd like to give you guys my diagnosis of your situation as a doctor per se. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So when I look to work with kids at this age, they have to be a certain level. And if they're not the level, then it doesn't make sense to start. And if it doesn't make sense to start, there are consequences to that, meaning they may not get to play college soccer or Division I college soccer. Your daughter's an elite level player for her age. So the coaches want to know who she is, especially for women. Men, it's the same too. But the difference is with men, you are competing with some internationals, but women in some cases peak earlier. And frankly, it's just how it goes. It's just recruited earlier. Like the best girls will all be done sophomore year, June 17th. A couple days after the 15th. So, and when I work with girls, we have a different range. Some girls that are playing lower level D3, and all of our girls that are playing Division I now in the various ranges, everywhere from Florida State to, say a mid-tier D1 school like a Valpo, they are all done junior year. So, and that is because the coaches get to know them 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade. They start making illegal conversations potentially, and that's how they call you. So I guess I would say the first thing is this. when it comes to my diagnosis, my big concern is your daughter's a good soccer player. I got to see a video, a game, and I've made that determination. Imagine if I had a highlight video where I could properly see all of her best moments over the course of many games. So my biggest concern is we can't show her to anybody right now. She's a ghost, and that is a problem. So problem number one is we don't have video that is usable to then send out to coaches, and she deserves it. You know, we work with girls who are in like 6th, 7th grade. They have that problem, fine. They're in 6th, 7th grade. You cannot have that problem in 8th grade in the way I operate. And I am the most aggressive of the bunch. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Which is not to say my way, I like my way, so there I'm biased. But you guys have heard of NCSA and all those others. They have different opinions. I just have done this for a minute, and I don't even work with juniors, basically, especially on the women's side, because the girls I work with want to go to top academic schools and want to go to Division I or play at the highest level they can, or mainly be happy. So the first problem is your video. Now, that can be fixed, okay? You guys can give me video as you've done, and over time I can make every touch videos and then turn that into a video. So I'm not really worried, but it is a problem. The next thing, you guys have seen the email system, I think, already, that can send us all these emails very quickly, where basically we can go from when I'm telling you you're behind, your railroad, if imagine you're a train, Delaney, right now you're a beautiful train. You have a great engine, but there's no track in front of you. You're just on dirt. My job is to create the track so you start going really quickly. And this is part of the track, laying it down, is I can basically help us go, hey, yes, I'm in 8th grade, but we've already won Dallas Cup. You should know my name. And that's the point. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So when we do that, we can already start to write to each of these schools something genuine with their coach's name to each one of these coaches individually. And it just allows us to do the process. And in your case, you have many showcases, it feels like, but if you counted them out, like in terms of your life, you have about 10. Then you'll be a junior. That's it. So you have 10. You're going to be injured for one. Your coach is going to play you for another one. You'll be sick for another. Now you have 7. So my thing is, and again, I hope that doesn't happen, but because you're in 8th grade, if it does, it's okay. If you get injured, it's okay. The problem happens when you're a sophomore. Like we have a girl, she tore ACL. She's a sophomore. Because we started in 8th grade, she's going to play college soccer for sure. She may not get to play Division I because she's going to miss that her 10th grade year. But the family we did what we needed to do, and she may still get to. We're going to find out, but only because the D1 schools knew who she was before she tore her ACL. So, and I've torn mine. I've had to have 2 surgeries. So it is to say that it allows us to have more opportunities, which is then to say, going back to your mom's, the best point of everything I've said is, I want you to love your coach. You know, if you don't love your coach, you'll be miserable. And so, Delaney, I want you to repeat after me. I want you to say, why, Zev, do you think I should start the process in 8th grade?
Why, Zev, do you think I should start the process in 8th grade?
The main reason I tell the kids is because it takes a long time for you to know your coach. I got a message today from a student who got an offer from a D3 school. They have 2 weeks to decide. You know, they're not ready to say yes. That means they will lose that option. And I want your daughter to be able to go, I don't want to go to that school because I know I have other options. Or I looked at all the other options and I'm ready to say yes because it was your school you want to go to. But the coaches don't, and this is, Delaney, important for you to know, they don't care about you as a person. Now, of course they do because it's college sports, but they get fired if they lose games. So at the end of the day, they want to feed their families. And to do that, they need to win soccer games.
Right.
Yeah. So that is to say, I want to ask your daughter, have I managed to scare you away and make you want to quit?
No.
Darn. That was a little bit easier. Then, Delaney, I want to ask you, is this the type of help you would like?
Yes.
And for your parents, is this the type of help you're looking for your daughter?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, because one of the things we've seen that I think my wife and I have spoken about before, we know some good players who depended on the club and just going to GA ID camp showcases and everything like that. And now they're kind of scratching their head, well, we didn't get one offer.
Oh, I mean, I'm really glad. I didn't know where you were going to go with that. Not that I thought maybe you were going to say, and they're fine. And I go, if they're fine, that's a miracle. Good for them.
Yeah,
but
no.
That is, look, when I first started doing this, when I first started doing it and making videos, I went to clubs and I said, hey, club, you need a full-time college soccer person for your hundreds of kids. And they go, we have somebody. And I go, I know who you have, because I played at the same level your daughter did once upon a time. And I know who they are. They spoke to my parents once a year and told me to make a video. That was it. Like, that was not enough. So then I started making videos in somewhat disgust saying, hey, your club's not going to help you. So you should go get help. And then people said, well, will you help? And at the time, frankly, I was playing pro soccer and was just making videos because I enjoyed it. And then a lot of people were like, well, you keep talking about it, you should help us. And I go, I did it myself. Let's practice. So then I did it for a number of years. And then now we have kind of a model. So I'm really glad your father brought that up because they should do it, especially at the club you're at. It's very frustrating. And I'm sorry it's that way. But we can either complain about this terrible system or figure out how to work within it.
Exactly.
That's kind of that's awesome. So to your father's point, here's the good news. Part of my job also is to help you leverage them, meaning when you serve things to them on a silver platter, they will jump. So if you get a call in the next 3 to 4 months, which is something we do want to start to happen, they will move their butt because now you're a winning lottery ticket and they want your credit. They want to go, I made her play college soccer. And I don't really need the credit. So if they want to think they're the ones that made you happen, let them think that so they help us. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And that's what this piece means, the club soccer. I want us to basically go, hey, coach, this coach is calling me. What should I do? Even though I already told you what to do. Let them feel invested so then they do things for us. And that is how they will eventually, it's kind of like starting a lawnmower engine. We have to really get the engine going. But once the engine's going, they will play their part. And if we have to pretend to be like a lame duck, so be it. So then they'll help us. Does that make sense, Delaney?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys have heard of NCSA. I don't really need to go through this. It's only to say the difference between me and them is I'm very strong opinions that you need to be able to talk to somebody constantly all the time as you need. And it's even required on my part that you do so pretty much every week, especially in the first month with working with us. So they believe in this platform system. Look, from what I've seen, the level your daughter's playing, if you want to go to a small Christian school in Iowa, you don't need me, and she can do that. But that's not really what we're looking for. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So because of that, you can't depend on these systems or the club. And that's why we're going to take it into our own hands. And part of that process, I want to edit all your videos. I want you to email the schools consistently from your own email account, which is what that tool does. And then I want to be able to meet with you. And then in 3 months from now, and this is kind of people say like, I'm Chicken Little per se, to go, well, I'm in 8th grade. Nobody's going to respond to me. And I'm telling you, they do respond to you when you're good, which is why when I work with students, I don't I saw your video and then I let you have the call. That way I knew this, if you guys wanted to work with me, that my system would work. I think it would work. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it ever a problem? I only ask because it looks like VO is better for clips than the trace we use. Because my experience has been like watching her games on trace. Half the time it seems like the camera moves so slowly, but since she's playing in the back,
Yeah, good
the play
question.
is almost over. You know
Yes.
what I mean? So how do you overcome that if
Questions.
your club's using trace?
If your club's using trace, I wouldn't go out of your way to go buy a VO. But trace has a couple angles that you can get from it, which gets the angle we need for your daughter. But the truth, to your point, I have a trace. I have a trace right here. I'm sponsored by Trace, so I use their systems a lot, and so I know how to deal with them. You're going to make me a family member on your account, and then from there, we're going to discuss which video games. Like, if you don't know which games you played well in, you can tell me the names, and we'll look through them. But it saves me a little time if you know you scored, for example. But the short answer is, I will zoom in for you, and I will fix it for you.
Oh, you can do that. Okay, good. Because they asked us to cut a reel last year, and they said, go cut a reel.
Yeah, and
we're
Trace,
like, well,
yeah, Traces means well, because I talk to them quite often, and I tell them what they need to fix, and they sometimes listen and sometimes they don't. But they mean well. Like, of all the systems, they're trying to cut clips for you and all that great stuff, but it doesn't get you correctly. The circle thing they use circles multiple people at once. So I totally get it. Yeah. What was that, Mom?
Okay. Oh, just that it follows the wrong person.
Follows the wrong person. It's an AI. Yeah, it's not perfect. So when we do it, we're not going to have you make any videos. I would like you to tell us which games you played well in, because I can make videos faster. But if you go, hey, Zeb, I played well in this game and this game, what should I use? You'll submit them to us. We'll show you how to do it, and we'll look at both.
Okay. Yeah, we definitely have every single game is trace. So we definitely have video. We just are a little old and don't know what the heck we're doing with the videos.
And my parents, the tech part wasn't their expertise either. But on the flip side, my father makes movies for a living, so he had editors. So I was lucky when I was your age, because we had editors, literal editors. editor. So I've adopted that model for me. And I go, your
Okay.
daughter's going to get a full-time editor that I work with to just do her videos.
Okay.
Now, do you also have, I mean, because they've always said, everybody's like, oh, like other parents we've met, they're like, oh, we have some letters, preform letters that, you know, that will work great that you send to coaches and stuff like that. Is that something, or do you guide her on what to write to send to the coaches?
We will write every email to every coach for her. She will click send. Now, some of the emails are similar, like what level she's playing and what grad year she is. But we actually, for her top schools, will make every single one custom.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, and part of the tool, just to show you how it looks real quick, I'll show you. The reason I feel so strongly about that is, look, I played college soccer and I coached in college, so I received these emails for many years. The reason I built the system and spent my life savings is eventually you're going to click on schools, and eventually you're going to go to this section called genuine. And we're going to write genuine aspects for not every school in the country, but for many of them. Mm-hmm. And then how the system works is it saves, right? Azusa Pacific, I enjoyed blah, blah, blah. And we're going to help your daughter write these. And it's AI infused, so it gets to know her and helps us write them faster. But then when we go to write the emails and you click write emails and you click hashtag genuine, it populates from this page. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Individually to each school. So when you press send, eventually it will send this hashtag genuine, whatever it was for that school only, to each coach individually, but with one send.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
And you're going to send them to about 15 to 20 schools you need to come up with, or?
Good question. Genuine wise, about 30 schools we're going to help your daughter with, but we will send 100 schools.
Right.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Especially for showcases. First of all, with the system, sending 100 emails takes you 10 minutes. So it's pretty easy. But the other thing is it takes a lot of follow-up. You're not going to get your schools to notice you after one email. You have to email 100 schools 15 times each.
Wow.
If you want results. And that's, why I built the system, to be honest, because I don't want that to determine or take away from your daughter's school. I want her to be focusing on school, not having to write emails. With the technology today, she doesn't need to.
Yeah. I think that there is a little overwhelmingness to it all when we want her to focus on her grades and also focus on soccer and then this on top of it. So for me as an adult, it feels overwhelming. And I know for Delaney, she was starting to get a little overwhelmed, and it's a lot of responsibility. So this, work smarter, not harder. Is that the saying?
Yeah. And that's go ahead. Sorry.
That just led into a thing, just because, between school and, playing at this level, you're practicing 4 or 5 times a week and travel and everything like that. How do you do, since you're playing GA or ECNL, do you not do as many of these big showcases that are outside of your league, or is there, because you get all these emails about, the 500, you need to come to this one to be seen by coaches, or Nexus, like they have one here in January where they're like, oh, there's going to be 20 coaches there. Some of the schools I've never heard of that they say are going to be there,
Good question.
Things like that.
Yeah, good question. The answer is you do not get to ease up the break because you're playing at a higher level, because other girls are going to those events. The better question is which ones are worth our time. And that is my job to help you figure out, is to go, hey, this school is a school I think is realistic for your daughter. This is a coach that's good. Or, which is the point of starting now, is I want the coaches to respond to you and tell you, I like you. Can I please see more of you? And then as a family, we decide if it's worth our time and energy. But and the other thing I'll add to your father, do you think it's going to get more overwhelming as she gets older?
I'm guessing, yeah. But that's why you get ahead of it now, too.
Perfect. And the other thing is she's going to have to take her SATs. She's going to learn how to drive. Maybe she's in there's school. It gets worse. Well, that's why I don't work with juniors, because my process in particular is I'm about to put your daughter into a rocket. She is the rocket. And I'm going to blow her into space. The blowing into space is a lot of effort, a lot of energy. We want to make sure Instagram's perfect or YouTube's perfect. I want to figure out which camp she should go to. Once we get going, it's easier. And then she's like, Zeb, I already know how to submit a video to you. Zeb, I already know how to make my Instagram. Good. That's the whole point. So that way she can start to do the process more calmly. And then a new problem will happen. And I'll be like, okay, there's a new problem. Let me show you how we solve this one. And then over and over again, she learns each problem. As a family, we all do. And then eventually it comes to, what decisions do we make, which camps do we go to, etc.
Okay.
Okay.
Which brings you to, this is a good point, like on a daily basis, this is what it looks like to work with us. And what you mentioned about being overwhelmed, Delaney, is very fair. And this is how I try and stop that, is you're going to get a coach plus me, and you're going to get the editor. Now, you won't talk to the editor. I'll do that for you. But I want you to know you can submit your videos. Your coach is a former female college soccer player who at your age called me with their parents, said, I want to do this. I walked them through it. And then they went on to play college soccer, and now they work for me. And I think it's really important that you have a mentor that's a girl who's been through this, even so you could talk to her parents and go, hey, what was it like working with me, for example? But also, like, we're scared about how she performed the other day. You know, what does it mean? These girls have gone through this for a very long time, and that's why I hired them. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Now you'll get a channel, Delaney, for you, your coach, and me, and you'll get another channel, mom and dad, just with me. Now your Zoom meetings are not going to be with me. They're going to be with your coach. I am still working for you. I got to edit all your videos. I'm going to be writing your emails. I'll help you respond to those. But your coach is who you speak to on a daily basis. I also have to go to these NCAA conferences now pretty often to find out about how the rules are going to affect your daughter from an NIL perspective, to a roster cut, to the junior college rule. So I'm not available every day, but I am via messages. But Zoom meetings will be with your coach. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And you meet with her every day?
We meet with her every week.
Oh, every week. Okay.
Yeah. Having said that, there will come a time where you are busy, like she's at an ID camp or a showcase, and she wants to talk to us every day. We will be there. That's what we want to be there for her. Other times you'll be like, hey, Zev, or to your coach, you'll go, hey, I don't need to meet with you, but like I have a bunch of questions. You'll send us all your questions. You too, parents. You know, it never ends type of thing. Which is to say we want to edit all your videos. We also want to go through game video. Your daughter played well in this game you showed me, but especially as a defender, there are moments she needs to do better. And I want to talk to her about that and go, this is what a college coach is looking for. And your team may do game film, but they're not doing individual game film. They're doing, how does the team do better? And I don't care about your team other than events. I just care that you get better at soccer. And then when she's with us, we're going to have a Google Drive that looks like this. This is another girl, 8th grader. She's not your position. She's a winger. But every time we meet, we put all your videos into here, social media, every touch videos, highlight videos. We're going to create a D1 list. We'll create a top academic list and a list based off your majors. And I'll create those for you over time. And then you're going to get a document, and your document in, 3 months from now will look a little bit like this, where you've got all these meetings you've done with us, and we've told you what to do. And after every meeting, Mom, we record it so you can have a copy of it in case you're not there. And then we tell her what to do. You got to text this school. You got to follow up with this school. The beauty is, as an 8th grader, we ask for about an hour a week of work. It's not more than that. When you're a sophomore, junior, you're 2 to 3 hours of work with us because we have to do a lot more work because you're late. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yep.
Yeah. So this is why in my videos, I have a few calls today. These are like all the calls I've had today. 90% of them are 8th graders. I don't work with juniors for the most part. I do sometimes, depending on their exceptions. But the way my model works, because there's no agent, right? I can't call up a coach and say, she's a baller, you should take her. We have to develop a relationship with these people, and it takes time.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is to say, to work with me, this is what it looks like basically, is you'll have your coach, the Google Drive, the AI system, and then I'm an annual service. So you're with me for 1 year, and the goal is within this year, you have everything you need to get recruited for the remainder of the recruiting process, which is say this time next year, she'll be a freshman, and you will have your videos done. You'll have all your Instagram and YouTube sorted, and you'll know how to respond and write emails. It's very rare, but sometimes parents and families go, Zev, we love this 24/7 access. Can we keep it? In which case we create a custom plan based off of that. It's not traditionally the same price. It depends what we need to do at that point. The goal is, though, within the next year, you have all the tools, you'll keep the email system forever, and you've taken the process into your own hands at that point. And then maybe junior year, you say, hey, Zev, we need a phone call. I'm pretty reasonable. We'll make a plan for whatever you need then.
Okay.
Does that mean you're going to get all the film you need in this next year, or do you keep on creating new content?
Good question. We will show your daughter how to create the new content once she's past 8th grade year, because we have a system for that, like an editing system that's very easy to use. But once the year's done, we are done technically editing, unless you'd like to continue, in which case, we keep going.
Okay.
So silly question,
Mhm,
since
mhm.
we're in January and have, 5 months left of 8th grade year, are we talking about kind of January to January, 8th grade into 9th, and on a year basis?
Yes, good question.
Or-
Yes, we're talking year to year, so January to January.
Okay.
And so you actually have people then that started beginning of 8th grade year then too. Are we kind of a little bit late to the game, or is it normally?
Without scaring you, 20% of our students are in 5th, 6th grade. Now,
Wow.
that is for parents and families who tend to be aggressive in nature, as you know, there are many of. And
Yeah.
I am the first one to say I'm aggressive, so I tend to match that. You are not late by any means. If you start in a year from now, you'll be fine. My goal is to say, I have you now. I can take advantage of the fact that your daughter's good. She's fit. In a year from now, I personally might be full. My rates could go up. I may not have space. Or on the flip side, I want to make sure that she gets the most time she can to get recruited. And that's why, from my perspective, if you guys were to call me in a year, she would be fine. But I don't operate in fine typically.
Well, you get a longer runway the sooner you start out.
Totally. And the goal here is that you learn the whole process, because we're meeting with you every single week for the next year, basically. So you will really understand each step. You will have gone through showcases. You will have had phone calls. You will have had visits for the fall coming up. You will even, I want to say it's early to have like an offer you would say yes to, but you will have Division III schools who will say to you, I'm very keen on you. And we will help you through that. And then, like I said, if you need our help again, we create a custom plan for that.
Okay, perfect.
Yes. Last question, because I have to run, for your daughter. My question to you is, why do you think you're a good fit to work with us? We don't work with that many students. I really like your video, but I need to know a little bit more about you as your personality. Do you have an example in life where you overcame something challenging?
Soccer. Like when I didn't get that much like playing time. I maybe got like 10 minutes a game, and I that didn't put me down. Like I did extra training outside of practice, and then that ended up helping me and getting me more time and to help me like show what I can do.
That's a perfect example. So here's the last thing I'm going to leave you with. I'm going to send an email over with everything. I had mentioned at the beginning of the call that by the end, we had to decide if we were going to work together. That's not entirely true. I'd like you guys to think about it as a family, but I must know in the next 24 hours if you'd like to work with me.
Okay.
I have one last question for your daughter, and I ask this of all of our students. For your parents, normally I would say, there's a big investment for you, but I want the kids' skin in the game. So Delaney, do you have a savings of your own? A little bit of a savings of some kind?
Yes.
Would you be willing to invest your own money into working with me?
Yes.
Okay. Are you asking me or are you telling me?
She's
yeah.
like, Babbitt's my money. What?
There you go. And my name's Zev, so I kind of figured. And that's exactly, my parents treated me as an adult. I had to work. I bought NCSA, which was a regret, but I put my money into that. So for you, Miss Delaney, you have to be invested in this. It has to be your journey, and you have to want this, not mom and dad. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Excellent. So I'm going to send everything over. And then, as I mentioned, just if you have any questions, just let me know. If in 24 hours you say, hey, Zev, we need another day, as long as you email me, it's no problem. But if you ghost me, then I have to give the spot away.
Got it.
Okay.
Understood.
It was lovely talking to you all. I'll talk to you all very soon.
Thank you very much,
you.
Zev. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Recording in progress.
Hello, everybody. Sorry, I'm just finishing a couple things. I was not sure. Is this Ethan?
Yes.
Hi, Ethan. This is Zeb, the college soccer guy. Are you and your parents on the Zoom call?
No, I don't have a Zoom and I can't get it.
Okay. I'm afraid I can't speak to you without your parents, so I'm going to send you a text. You can reschedule a call if you want to. Is that something you want to do?
Yes. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Where are your parents?
They're out right now.
Now, you scheduled a call with me and your parents are not available. Typically, that means I can never work with you again because that is not nice to do to me. How do I know this is not going to happen again?
Well, you can't. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, can I have your word that it won't happen again?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to send you a link. Make sure your parents watch the video before because they maybe want to get on a call, but maybe they don't. Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Okay. I do not like no-shows. Don't, if you're gonna book me, don't not show up, because then you are fired. You are fired. Hello. What should my highlight video consist of a left back, center back? Lots of through balls, and if you're a left back, lots of crosses. Goals and assists, obviously. Do they do official visits for girls soccer? Of course. It's social media part of the recruiting process. It's about 20%. The guy isn't answering any questions from chat. He's just streaming him talking with other people. Yes, I was, but I can answer some of your questions now. Would you recommend specific college ID camps hosted by the university? Yes, I would. Yeah, short answer is absolutely, I would. Okay, what's the best way to get your foot in the door with club soccer if you haven't played club yet? Go to tryouts. Tryouts are easy. They'll let you go to tryouts. Can you talk a little bit more about 20% of the clients are 5th and 6th grade? As in the people that I work with, about 20% are in 5th or 6th grade. What would you like to know? Like, what are they doing? For them, they're really good players already. Like they can juggle to 800 or 600, and they already should be going to middle school camps because they're very good. Do you work with transfers? Absolutely. Is NCSA worth it? Go watch all my videos. Say college soccer guy versus NCSA. I make videos about why I hate NCSA. What should my video be? He's no girl senior, not committed, casually emailed 30 plus schools to high level D1, not enough D2, D3 in hindsight. Is it simply too late? For Division 1, yes. For other divisions, it's possible, but very difficult, but not impossible. Not impossible. To work with transfers and say worth it. Okay. 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 Is juggling 700 times a good measuring stick for a great soccer player? For ages 6, if you're 10, 11 years old, yes. After that, no. But yes, in 6th grade, that tells me you're addicted to the game and you love it. If you can't juggle to 700, that's okay. If you can juggle, but you should be able to juggle to 200 or 100, I should say. You should be able to juggle to 100. Now, being a good juggler does not make you a good soccer player. You are correct. But in order for me to measure, unless you have game video, if you have game video, I'll judge you on game video before juggling. But if you don't have game video and you tell me you can juggle to 10, then that son or daughter doesn't play soccer very often. Every pro soccer player or college can juggle to 500. So it's just like, it doesn't make you good, but it means that you touch the ball a lot. And that's what I'm looking for at that age, that you're very passionate. Because my process doesn't work unless you're really passionate. What are feelings about multiple sport athletes, soccer and basketball? I played at ESRU level, but now forced to choose between the two sports, despite being fully committed to both. I think you're a girls soccer player. College coaches hate dual sport athletes unless you're track and soccer. So the short answer is, if you want to play Division III, it's cool being a dual sport. Otherwise, it's not good for you. Not for soccer. Oh, you're a keeper. That makes it a little bit different. But short answer is, nobody can do both sports equally, even if you're fully committed, right? If probably you have really good hands, but like, how good are your feet? And maybe your feet could have been better if you weren't playing basketball. I'm not saying that's the case, but the short answer is, it doesn't help you. Like, you would not write in your emails, I played basketball and soccer. On the flip side, for Division III, you could actually write that, because Division III would appreciate that. But for Division II, Division I, they don't want that. Unless you're the exception. We have a girl who played basketball. She's really good at basketball, but chose soccer. Can be beneficial. And it depends what grade you are, Gracie. If you're a freshman, then that's awesome. And if you're a 10th grader even, maybe that's awesome, but not after junior year. Okay. Let's check. I found you. Okay. Okay, where are some ways to get footage if you don't have any, trying to make video? Go train on your own and record it. Is sixth grader still just 1 year contract, or would you need multiple years? We do 1 year contract for sixth graders, and then that 1 year contract lasts, like, you won't need us again until you're in 9th grade. So we recommend sixth grade, then you know everything until you hit 9th grade. That's not true. Until you hit 8th grade. It depends. Sometimes it can last you till 9th grade. Sometimes 8th grade. It really depends on how much you listen to us. But it's still a yearly service, because we do a lot. In fact, the reason we do so much with that age group is we're doing a lot of club stuff, middle school camps, and game review. A lot. So we still have a lot. Um, I was wondering how to get coaches' emails. They're all online. You can go to every website. We have a system that has it for you, but they're all online. Unfortunately, interested in D1, D3 college soccer. I'm starting to attend ID camps. Should I reach out to any colleges? Absolutely. Aim for Division III schools first. See how they respond to you, and then you can go from there. For sure. That's a great idea. How do I join MLS Next team? For example, Seattle Sounders. You have to make video, and sometimes they'll have tryouts, and you have to send it. I'm playing 14 MLS Next. What should be my next move? That's amazing if you're playing MLS Next. You, MP Production, should be sending video and going to camps. What are some good ID camps in Florida? If you go to my Instagram, Martin Treger, you will see and you comment camps. You'll be given camps. You'll be given camps in Florida. Or you'll be given, there are a couple that I recommend in Florida, but it really varies per player, but I'll try my best. I believe PPA has a winter ID camp. I got interest in one of those. So the book, they do have a winter ID camp. That is correct. How do I get coaches to email them? Okay, good question. Actually, Martin Trigger, this is for you guys since you're on the live, exclusive to the live. I just made a trigger. Hold on, make sure I'm not late to my next meeting. Okay, I just made a trigger. If you go to my Instagram and you type in the word quiz, I'm going to make videos about this in the future, but it's not out yet, but you guys can get early access. If you go onto my Instagram and type the word quiz on any video, you'll be given a quiz and it will ask you a series of questions and it will tell you the best camps for you to go to based on how you answer those questions. So I would recommend, it does it by state, does it by grades, GPA, position. It's pretty good. It took me a long time to build. And is AI infused. So if you just go to Instagram and you type in quiz, I'm also really curious how it works for you. It's still in beta mode, but I think it'll work. I scheduled my twins a call next Monday, currently 8th graders. Twins, we do deals for siblings. Very excited to talk to you. Please make sure you watch the 8th grade video before. If you watch the 8th grade video before, you're gonna get it in an email and you watch it and you say, hey, we don't wanna work with you. That's no problem, just cancel the call. But please watch the video first with the twins because I need them to want this as badly as maybe you do or as badly as I do. How do I train alone in the winter? And where should I train since it's cold or snowing? You can always find places to train even if it's cold or snowing. You can dig up spots, but there's no excuse. You have to find a way. Train inside, train outside. There's no excuse. It can be done. How do I get coaches' emails? You can go to their websites. I did. Oh, Chew. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right. I can't wait to talk to you. That sounds exciting. Mine coming down to Carlsbad, so comes into the weekend. I am sorry, I will never come to your games. Everything I do is online, and partially I do that because I have to stay in the headspace of a college coach from the online perspective. So once they see you in person, then I've done my job. I've done a great job. I've gotten you to be seen in person, but I need to keep the perspective. So if I see you in person, I'm going to be biased because I'm going to know more than a college coach will know at the beginning. I have to stay online. So send me your videos online. Where can I find the video? Elijah, which video? So I'm coming to up to 9th grade. What should I do? Oh, if you book a call, Elijah, you will get a video on what 9th graders should be doing. And I think that will help you a lot. Let's see here. Can I play D1 if I'm in DPL? No. You cannot play D1 in DPL. You can play Division III though. And Maddie, that I may be wrong, but it's really difficult. My player was playing DPL, and it was a miracle that they went to a top academic D3. Division I DPL is not likely. Why do players that play ECL not play ODP? College coaches don't really care about ODP. Is 17 too late? Not too late. Depends what you mean. Too late for what? Too late for certain things, yes, but certain other things, no. I know the one coaches can't technically reply to me till the end of my sophomore year, but can D3 schools email me? Division III schools can reply to as much as they want. That is a myth. Whoever freaking said that screwed everybody up. Division III schools can talk to you as much as they want. You said D1 schools. Yes, D3 schools can, is the answer. Zev, what do you think of the new JUCO rule? AJ, I made a video about it recently that goes into great detail, so I would watch the video. Short answer is it only affects you if you're playing Division I right now and you used to play JUCO. then you can go get a waiver, and that waiver could get your eligibility back. If you're in junior college right now, it doesn't matter unless you commit to a D1 school. Do coaches prefer a list with key information or a paragraph format? Neither. They want very small things. They want your name, your GPA, your grad year, your club level, your position, and one accolade. That is it. Do not give them anything else until they ask for it. Okay. We have another call soon, but not yet. I really want to go to Chico State and have an offer at 26, but I'm graduating class at 25. You should go to junior college. You'll lose a year eligibility, but that's still great. You'll get to play college soccer. Or you could take a gap year and lose no eligibility. What's your Instagram? Zev Football. As a goalkeeper, what are the things that scouts always look for? As a goalkeeper, what are the things scouts always look for? Volleys and shot stopping and side volleys are things they do look for. So if I'm a senior in high school and I go to JUCO, I will have 4 more years availability after. Only if you play Division I, and it's not even for sure. You have to go to a waiver, and the school has to go to their lawyers and fight for you, and they may not get told yes. So it's not that simple. I studied at NYU at 17. I'm a freshman. I was recruited D3. It's still possible to make it to the team. No, pretty much done. You can try, go talk to the coach, but it's pretty unlikely. Should I stay at you can, like I said, go try, but you have to go knock on the coach's door. Should I stay at my club team or try out for NPL? I don't know, Jesse, about your current club team, so I need to know more information. And Franklin Pula, okay, I'm not gonna, sorry. Okay, good question, Austin Higgins. No, sure. Okay. I thought because of the new JUCO rule, I keep my eligibility. That is incorrect. You can call the NCAA yourself, and you can find out what I found out. How long should a highlight video be for a freshman? 1 to 2 minutes. I thought because of NUJICO, you do not. Only for Division I schools, and they have to waive it. If you go look at the law, you can see it yourself. I called the NCAA to make sure. You're more than welcome to go call them yourself. Anybody can call them. Okay. Okay. 5 minutes, everyone. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Sorry, guys. I'm doing something right now, Austin. Okay. How long? Okay. I thought because of okay, just commented. Quiz. You replied to check notes, but nothing in yet. Ooh, good to know, Martin Traeger. That's annoying. It didn't work. You replied check notes, but nothing is in yet. Martin. I hope that's wrong. I tested it earlier. Thank you for testing it, Martin. I appreciate it. Can you, Martin, send me a screenshot on my, you can DM me, send me a screenshot that nothing happened. That is good to know. Oh, I'm going to go check it right now. Okay. Let's see here. Preview. Okay, it works on my end. So when you said quiz, it should have sent you a question that says quiz me. And you have to click the quiz me, but you said you haven't received anything. What division camps? It should be working. It looks like it's working on my end. For redshirting, it's 4 games, right? It varies per school, Sully. It's more complicated than that. So it varies on a lot of different things, minutes, everything else. So I have to check. You definitely have to check your DMs for sure. Should freshmen email coaches that are attending the ECNL showcase? He is in this month to be seen. Should freshmen email coaches? Yeah, absolutely, 100%, absolutely. If I play any help and I'm going to high-level showcase such as Jeff Cup, do I have a chance of going D1? Maybe. It's really difficult. Short answer is maybe. In high school, soccer helping with college. It's possible. Definitely email. You know, if they come and watch you, how is Mick Cup? Mick Cup's super helpful. College coaches love video from Mick Cup. Super, super helpful. Super helpful. I did check again. How do I check the DM? You just have to go to your DMs on Instagram. Okay. Let me know if it works. I just tested it and it was working. So if you guys comment quiz on Instagram on any videos, it should give you a quiz. That would work. Seb, are you on a call currently? I'm about to get on a call, Father Biggers, in 1 minute. You can ask your question. See if they don't show up. You can ask. But I'm popping on right now.
Recording in progress.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah, I got you guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much for taking the time. I really appreciate it. I'm excited to talk to everybody. Just before we get started, could I ask who found me first?
I did.
Amazing. And let me ask your mom, what did your daughter tell you about me?
She told me that you have some great structure and setup to help her find a college and hopefully get recruited. I watched a bit of a video. It was very fast speed during dinner, so I feel like I need to watch it again. And her dad's on the way back from dropping off our son at hockey, but he should be here soon.
Okay,
So
cool.
he heard about as much as I did.
Okay, awesome.
Right? Did I? Okay.
Awesome. Now, your daughter had mentioned that your video is not done yet. Where does it live right now?
I'm like, I've been like struggling, like knowing like how exactly to make it. And like, so I've like tried multiple times, but like, it's like I think I've been doing it like on iMovie and I've kind of been struggling with that.
Okay. Now, I'm going to do our whole spiel because it's important, but I can't help you until I see that video. Now, I don't need it to look nice. I can make it look nice very quickly. But from a soccer perspective, I don't want to tell you I can help you if I don't know if you're a good soccer player. So if you can, after this call, I'm going to have you just export it, just however it looks, whatever it is right now, circles or no circles, and then just send it to me. Is that a deal?
You have lots of like raw footage that you don't. So
Well,
maybe just put it all in one file. Right?
How about I'll do one better. I'll give you a Google Drive. Just upload anything you have into the drive.
Okay.
If it's on your phone or whatever else. One of the things, I mean, and we'll talk about kind of the goal today, but if I can't see your video, you cannot play college soccer. Almost simple as that. So we have to fix that very quickly. Now, having said that, I kind of want to go over the agenda for today. Is that okay? Okay. So the goal today is a few things, and I want to show it to you because I wrote it out here so you can see it, is the first thing being we need to find out if we're the fit. Now, part of that job typically is I need to see video so that way I know if I can truly help you and also what your goals are. You know, you tell me I want to do this and I go, look, I don't think you're the level for that, but I can help you do this. And you say, okay, let's do it. Or vice versa. You say you think you're this, I go, I think you're better than that. And I think you have to see if we're the right fit to work together. That's the first thing. The second thing is I want to scare you away and make you quit. Then we don't have to worry about anything and life gets a lot easier. And then finally is by the end of today, and I know your father's coming home, by the end of today, we have to decide if we're going to work together. And the reason is you are in a time crunch, so you don't have a choice. But also, I don't work with that many students, frankly, who are in your position. And part of the reason for that is you are more work for me. And I love the work, to be honest, but I don't work with that many students, so I just have to allocate our time accordingly. Does that make sense? Okay. So with that in mind, I have a couple questions for your daughter first. Is that okay? Okay. So the first question I have for you is how many phone calls have you had with college coaches so far?
No, he's still there. It was just the screen.
Yeah, sorry.
When I went and visited some, I like had some meetings with 2, I think, and then I don't think.
Then you've talked to the other vet coach.
One other one.
Okay. Who were the 2 schools you went on visits with?
Dort and Northwestern.
Two Christian colleges in Iowa, smaller schools.
I know. I lived in Des Moines for some time, so I know those schools actually. Having said that, are those 2 schools you are open to and say like I'd be interested in?
They're not like my top schools. I don't know that I'm like I've like for sure like I'm not open
Ruled
to
them out.
like ruled them out, but
Okay.
they're like
But you would, okay, that's helpful. So they're not your top schools. That's the main point. But it is to say you've had some. Now, how did they get to know you soccer-wise? Did they see you at a training? Did they see you at a showcase?
no, not really. I don't.
When you went on the visits, were you guys going for academic purposes or was it soccer oriented?
We're going for academic first.
Okay, and then you guys managed to get in touch with the coaches.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they both, two of them sat down with us and talked
Yeah.
to her, and they knew her level, and the guy from Dort knew her athletic director at school really well. So had talked to the athletic director at school. They had talked.
Okay, that's good. That's good. If you don't have video, it's a good way to start. That's good. Having said that, if I asked your daughter first, what do you think you need the most help with in this recruiting process? What would you say that is?
Well, I do know that like I need to quick finish making my like video and then like better emails to the coaches so like I can have more communication with them.
How to email coaches and fix your video. Mom, what do you think she needs the most help with?
I think she needs most help with deciding what direction she wants to go, because I've seen her go lots of different directions, and I don't think we've tried to visit, a variety of schools for that reason. But I think initially when she got started, she really wanted to pick her school first for academic and for like just herself personally wanted to like the school first and then contact the coaches. But now I think she's feeling really stressed that she's really behind, and so therefore is just floundering and not know which direction she wants to go.
Your reasoning makes a lot of sense, actually, in terms of you should like the school, certainly before soccer. But unfortunately, athletics are recruited before you get to apply. So you don't really get the privilege, unfortunately, to one, get picky over which school you want to go to academically because soccer is so competitive, and also because they recruit before you get to apply. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's not to say you shouldn't still know what schools you want to go to, because that helps us create our top list. But it is also to say, once we have interest from schools we really like, then we can be a little pickier. But until then, we have to stay a little bit open-minded. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So with that in mind, Bella, that's your name, right? Daughter's name?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Bella, right now, why do you want to play college soccer? Why is this something you're passionate about?
I really want to play college soccer. I don't know. I just really like playing soccer, and I want to like keep playing it at like the next level and stuff.
Amazing. And from your mom's perspective, why do you want to help your daughter play college soccer?
I think I've seen just how much enjoyment it brings her, and it's such a big part of who she is. She really enjoys being a part of the team and being with the team girls. And I know for academics, she's kind of looking at possibly going into something with athletics. It's really important to her, and I feel like that's my husband and I both were. My husband, he's home now, more so than I participated in college athletics, and it was just a great time in our lives and a good experience. And I just think she'll enjoy it and fit in well with the team. And I don't see her going to college and not doing a sport of some kind. So
that's very telling. What sport did you play?
Well, I said sport. I was a cheerleader, so I cheered in college. So some people don't consider that a sport, but it was fun. And I was a part of lots of athletics. And then my husband, baseball.
Cool. I would consider it. You guys are flipping and it's hard.
I
would definitely. Also, it's the camaraderie that I also understand what you're talking about. And that is definitely what we love about the sports.
Absolutely.
And then your son and your husband played baseball. That's awesome. Having said that, would you guys all agree with me? Academics come first?
Yes.
Excellent. Your daughter has, Bella, you have great grades. So what I want to do is give kind of a diagnosis on your current situation. Is that okay? So the way I see it is this. There's the glaring one, which we already went over, which is like, look, first of all, credit to all of you. The fact that you got in front of college coaches without video is remarkable, because you kind of, what we call that, we do have a chapter for that in our process called forcing a visit, where you go to a school and you go meet with the coaches. And that's something we're going to do again. But none of them can purely, other than you do have a connection with the athletic director, which is extra bonus, but none of them can truly commit to you without watching you play soccer, obviously. And also, more importantly, you don't want to commit to them without seeing them coach soccer. What if you don't like them as a coach? So even if you could say they said to you tomorrow, you're on the team, I would be the first to tell you, like, you're not ready for that. You need to see them coach first. And you need to see if you like them. And you also need to get to know the girls. What kind of girls are they recruiting? Are they girls you would get along with? Otherwise, defeats the whole purpose. So the first one being video. Now, I'm going to see your video, which will be helpful for me. But one way or another, it's got to get done. And I have bad news. You're going to have to make a lot more of it. So once you finish the video, which you're going to make, we need another 6 videos to get this process done. So it doesn't end. So my point is to say, if you don't like editing, stop doing it and either use me or somebody else and find someone else to edit. Does that make sense? Okay. The email system, which, Mom, I know you said you're watching it on fast forward, which is no problem, just so I didn't repeat myself, is this system kind of helps us catch up. So basically how the system works is it's directly connected to your Gmail account. We are going to create a list of schools for your daughter based off of what you tell me she's interested, or what Bella, you tell me you're interested in. I'm going to give you a list in relation to that and what you want to major in. And I can select every school in the country, click write emails and go, dear #coach, #genuine, and it will automatically populate the coach's name and something genuine and press send, and it goes to every single coach from your own Gmail. That makes sense? So you guys have heard of like NCSA and all that stuff. That's the difference. It's your own Gmail account, and that's what makes us kind of work faster. Now, anybody can write emails. You could do this part on your own. It would take you a lot longer, but it can be done. The bigger problem is they're going to start responding to you, and you don't know always which camps you should spend your time on. And how do you leverage one school to another? You had mentioned to me those aren't your dream schools. So I'm going, what are your dream schools? And are they realistic? And how do we get a hold of them? Because my whole motto is you deserve a chance. If they tell us, no, we don't like you, fine. But you deserve to be seen. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. So that's where we want to narrow down your list over time. Who likes you, which is going back to, I'm glad you have schools in mind academically, but at soccer-wise, we have to find out who likes you. It doesn't matter if you like them for right now. Over time, that's when we get to pick who do you like. Does that make sense? Catch the fish, then you get to decide who you eat, basically. Then you can throw the rest back in the water. But if you don't have any fish, you don't get to eat anything. And then finally, you want to pick the favorite fish and get to keep it as a pet and go, hey, this is the coach I want to live with, and I love this one the most, and this is, who I want to spend my time with. Does that make sense? Now, have you guys heard of like NCS? Well, let me pause there for a minute. Have I managed to scare you away and make you want to quit? No?
No.
Okay, that would have made life easier. Which is then to say, have you guys heard of like NCSA before?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the biggest difference between me and them is I don't believe in this model that coaches will come to you. That's really it. They're like, we have a platform, coaches look at our platform all the time. And the truth is, I think for other sports, it might work, but it does not work for soccer. That's just the deal. And you can go on their own Instagram, you can see the schools that they commit kids to. They're not the schools that we are looking for. That's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
You have great grades. Those are not what we're looking at. So having said that, in your case, we have to fix this, make your YouTube page. I need to be able to edit all your videos. You want the email system so you can email quickly. You must speak to my team and I every single week, mandatory, because that's how my process works basically, so we can get results. And in 3 months from now, if you're not being genuinely recruited by a school you want to go to, then I refund you. I expect that to be happening. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm going to pause there and I'm going to ask your daughter, Bella, is that the type of help you're looking for?
Yeah.
And for your parents, is that the type of help you're looking for your daughter to make her feel less overwhelmed?
Yes, I believe so. Would you say yes?
Mr. Travis?
You know, he's off camera. He doesn't.
I don't need to be on the pod.
Okay, no worries. Well, did you think that would be helpful for your daughter?
Yeah, no, that'd be great.
Okay. So here's the last piece, which I think Bella would have mentioned or you would have saw it. This is the scariest part of the conversation, is when I work with students, I don't work with that many students. And so this is kind of what the model will look like in your daughter scenario. Okay, so in your daughter's case, the way it looks is this. You will have a coach plus myself to go through this process with. Your coach is going to be a female coach who played college soccer and now works for me. And you'll have me. The reason there's two of us is your meetings are going to be with your coach. I have to do some work for you over on the right side of you going, I got to fix all your videos. I got to go through which camps you should go to, which schools I should put on your list, which coaches might like you, which coaches may not like you. So I'm working for you, but I'm over here. Your parents can talk to me as much as they want. via a chat, which we'll talk about, but your Zoom meetings are with your coach. So you're every day. I talk to your coach like every 2 days, but I am not available 24/7 like your coach is. So I also want your daughter to have a female coach because she played women's college soccer, and I think that's important. The next thing is I want to edit all your videos. We want to do game video review. You can improve as a player, and as you get more video, I may say to you, I need this clip to send to coaches. So please go practice this in the backyard and then go practice it on the field and then get it on video so I can share it to coaches. 80% of your process is going to be video. You're going to go to camps. They'll watch you for 2 hours, maybe a showcase for 30 minutes. The rest of it is video. So video confirms what they see in person because they cannot watch you all the time. Just it's not in the budget to do that over and over again. So then you're going to get a Google Drive that looks like this. This is another junior, and they have all their videos sorted into different sections. They have a list of schools that we think are realistic based off of what I saw in their video. And then we'll have reach schools. My job is to get as many eyeballs on you as possible. And soccer is subjective. I may say to you, look, I think you're a Division II soccer player. You have great grades, so we'll probably aim for top academic D3 or top academic D1 and mostly skip over D2. But let's say I look at your video and I have one D2 school I think of. It doesn't matter in meaning I'm not the one picking you for your school technically. I'm just here to get eyeballs on you so they can pick you. Which is then to say your document will soon look like this. Over as we work together kind of each week is we want to make them, we meet every single week and we have like a to-do list, kind of like homework. And you go, hey, like we just told you to get on a text this school. Or, hey, we need to schedule a visit even though the coaches didn't respond. Here's what you do. We basically become your dating coach and say, this coach is single, go ask them to dance. This coach would like you even though they're dancing with somebody else, go talk to them anyways, over and over and over again. And we want to take you kind of through that process, which requires us to say, we want to be able to speak to you all the time. And then technically speaking, we're an annual service, but this time next year, you'll be recruited. So to play college soccer with us, it's $4,997. If for some reason after January, there's something, which is very unlikely given your grades, then we will talk about it and we make a custom plan. But in your case, where you're at with your grades, you'll be done by December.
Okay. By next December. So
the truth is, if we're gonna like women, you'll be done in August. That's like what will probably happen. Now you may not decide because of applications to say yes, but your offers will be sorted by August.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's just when female soccer does it.
Yeah, female soccer. So like across like the best example, I haven't seen your daughter's video, but if you're playing Division I, you're done in the next 4 months, pretty much. Like done. If you're playing Division III, then you're done around November. ED1, ED2 is November 1st and November 15th. And your daughter's got those types of grades. So we want to certainly consider those schools for sure. And then December means like you didn't decide yet. The coaches made you offers and you weren't ready to say yes. Or you haven't heard back application-wise technically, even though they already told you you're going to get in. And so it's not done yet. Like the girls I'm going to have you speak to if you want to, these are female references that I want you to talk to if you so choose to. And they'll tell you like, she was done in April. She was a tougher case. This parent, who would be the best one to talk, she had your grades. She was pretty much done in August, but she went on all of her visits in the summer. Then the school said, we're going to get you in. And then she got $100,000, which is part of the part with you is in the first 3 months or in the next 3 months, if you're not being recruited, then we refund you. Now, recruited is not an offer. We're saying they want a phone call or they like your video. This is also why I need to see a video because I'm not comfortable giving this guarantee without making sure you're good at soccer player. And it's also to say, if you keep your grades above a 3.9, which are 3.7 weighted, we pretty much have all those students get a minimum of 60, upwards of 250. And that is academic, but you don't get the academic unless you get in. And sometimes you don't get in unless it's with soccer.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So with that in mind, here's my last question for Ms. Bella. I don't work with that many students. And to be honest, while we do work with juniors, I'm very mindful because there are no rooms for mistakes. Like, yes, you'll get injured or you'll get sick and that's fine. But we have a lot of work to do. And the analogy I give you is like you're a boat with a beautiful engine, right? You're a good soccer player, but you have no boat. I can't put you in the water. So I have to create your boat for you so we can have you go around the world. It is to say, Ms. Bella, why do you think you're a good fit to work with me?
I think it'll like be a good fit, like with all like the structure and like things that. So what I'm trying to like work on it. Like I know exactly what I'm like working on that will like best help.
Yeah, I get the sense, and your mom had already mentioned that there's like so many things to do where you don't know where to start, which is partially why maybe for the video is a perfect example. You know you have good clips, but you don't know where to put them. I am going to clear that up because I've done this a while for one, but also time, and we need to get going. Which is then to say to your parents, why do you think Bella is a good fit to work with us?
I already answered one question. She is very organized and loves to get stuff done, obviously with her grades, like she's a great student, but making decisions is very hard for her. And so I think a process like this in some direction will help her. We don't quite know how to steer her, especially in the soccer world. We've, sat down with coaches and things, but it's just been a lot of open, open dialogue, but not real specifics. So I think she's just looking for specific directions. And once you tell her what she needs to get done, then she'll do it. But I think she's a little nervous that she's going to do it wrong or she's not doing the right thing. And then with keeping up her grades and soccer and training, doesn't have time to go down a rabbit trail that is not helpful. So I think that's a lot of her hesitation, is that she doesn't want to put time towards something that's not going to pay off.
Yeah, good. I agree with you. So, and that's partially why the 3-month model is there too. Like I'm going to share my screen, but we want this to work. And at the end of the day too, for your Bella, when we do this process, I want you to be able to say, like, let's say you get into a great academic school and they tell us, soccer wise is not a fit. I want you to go to the academic school. I will always tell you academics come first, but I want you to have at least said to yourself, yeah, I could have played soccer and I chose not to, versus I wonder if I could have. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to show you one last thing. What I mentioned already, that when we work with students, we don't work with that many all the time. But
Who do you work with?
Good question. So your coach will have 4 girls, different ages. She will not have another junior. In total, we work with 35-ish kids. I say ish because some commit, and then sometimes it's less, or sometimes it's 36 or 37, but 35 to 40 kids.
Okay.
And they vary. I would probably say 60% are sophomores, then about 30% are juniors, and then the rest are like 8th grade or younger. Which is not to say, Bella, I'm not trying to scare you, but it is to say, like, especially as a girl, you're a senior in college soccer recruiting world. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is what I want to show you briefly. I need to share my screen. Sorry. This is where, if it's okay with you, Miss Bella, I'd like you to upload whatever you have to this drive. I'm going to email this over to you. If your iMovie or whatever is complicated or something, you can put it on YouTube as an unlisted. It won't take long. And don't worry about the title or whatever. Just put it and then give me the link so I can watch it. Again, I will watch the whole thing, so I don't really care how good or bad it is, but I just need to see it. And then that is to say, let's say I will look at it and I'll basically email you back and go like, thumbs up if you guys are open. I'll give you a little, hey, this is our first part of the plan. And if you guys like it, then you can say yes. If you don't like it, then you can say no. Does that sound good? Here's the last dilemma. I mentioned at the beginning of the call that we would have to decide if we're going to work together by the end of the call. But one, I don't have your video, so we can't do that. But also it does mean in the next 24 hours, I do need the video and we have to decide if we're going to work together. Is that okay, Bella?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Bella, I asked this of all of our students, and I just want to ask you to see what you would say. This is an investment on your parents' part. Hopefully there's a return on investment. You're happy, which is invaluable, and you get to play college soccer and hopefully scholarship. Do you have some of your own money you'd be willing to invest in this project?
Yeah, probably.
Would that be something you'd be willing to do?
Yeah.
As a family, it's up to you guys, obviously, but I ask all my students, and if they say no to that, then I know they're not legit. And then that's a good phase. So that is to say this. Normally I hang up the call and I say, talk to you guys in 24 hours, but I'm going to make a video as if you're a student. This video is going to go to your coach, so that way you can see what your first day would look like. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So 1 second here. Hi, Coach. I'm with a lovely family. I'm with her mother and her father. And we just finished we're about to finish our meeting. The big thing, and she already knows this, is she actually has video, but we just need to put it into a highlight video. So she needs to film her self-interview. She's already done some things, meaning she's spoken to some coaches. We'll put them on like tier 3 for her, or tier 2, meaning they're not our top choices, but I do need to see it. If you're watching this, it means I liked her video and I believe she can play college soccer. If you never see this, then it doesn't matter. Okay, so then the audit is we need to see what she did exactly. She told me she met with coaches, but I want to know exactly what they said so we can follow up with video and or otherwise. Plus, if they're her backup schools, but they get really interested because she had an athletic director connection, we can leverage those back to the school she actually really wants to go to. So we need to do an audit. The next thing is she will have to go to camps. We cannot go to mass ID camps at this point. Pretty much, she's pretty much too late for that, which is not the worst thing in the world because some of them suck. But so we need to get genuine interest, and then we need to go to camps. I paused on the level. She's a top academic, so we're definitely going to talk about the D3 top academics. I'm not going to rule off D2 based on what she maybe wants to study, but I need to know more about her. She's playing NPL. Is that right, Bella?
Yeah, MPL super.
So the reason that's important is we know with the other levels, we're going to aim for D3 first for the most part. She mentioned some smaller Christian schools in Iowa. So if she's talking about like the NSCAA or whatever, I just want to know that's will come with the audit because we can expand our list a bit. And then I do want to get her Instagram and her Twitter going because she needs that as a girl. And then the last piece for her is eventually we're going to need more videos. But if she's as committed as she's described, which I believe she is, she will do whatever we say. So that's good. And that we can get things done really quickly. Okay, amazing. I need to know her top list and make sure we write the genuine aspects for those with her. Okay, awesome. I will talk to you. Yes,
Sorry.
and we have a question. Go ahead.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
oh, sorry.
No, you're good. I paused. You're good.
So you're looking at the top academic D3 and not D2, but D2 offers athletic scholarships. Why are you looking for just academic scholarships?
Good question. So soccer-wise, the most money is in academics. But the main reason is we had all agreed academics come first. For your daughter, every school at the D2 level will say, why are you talking to us? You have 4.0. That I'm just soccer-wise. That's like what they will tell her. If you as a family tell me, we are open to Division II, and we don't, we just want her to be happy. And based on what she studies, there's plenty of great D2 academic programs. I will add that to her list. But just strategically speaking, she cannot email D2s or D1s yet because she has not earned the right to do so. She must get interest from D3s first. After that, we can go to the D1. And when I say after, I'm talking week 1 D3s, week 2 D2s, week 3 D1s. I'm not saying 6 months from now.
Sure. And what about NAIA?
Absolutely. NAI is another one. If you guys are open to it, and I know you'd already mentioned, NAI is a big deal if you're open to it. There's way more money. They're competitive still, of course.
That's where we went.
Sorry, say it again.
That's where we went. I went to a junior college, played baseball, and then went NAIA. So
amazing. So you guys are open. I love NAIA, but most families who I talk to, they don't know about NAIA, to be honest. So I add it to their list in the future. But you guys know NAIA. So the answer is, yeah, we will give her an NAIA list of schools as well, for sure.
Got it.
Yeah, I'll add that
You
here.
didn't have any college debt because of NAIA. So
Yeah,
that was
no,
great.
and I'm a huge proponent, and they give great NAIA give great money, great schools. I went to a school where it was a Division I school, but we had like a reserve team, and all we did was play against NAIA Midwest schools. Like that was kind of that was our conference basically. So I'm a big believer. Plus, there's a lot of internationals on NAIA teams, which is like a fun environment to be a part of. So if you guys are open to it, I will add it to our list.
I mean, I think we are. Bella is fine. You're fine with
The
it.
good news is, Miss Bella, is right now we are very open to all the above. We don't have a choice. But level-wise, NAI is very good. It's like D2 level, traditionally speaking. So we have to go D3 first. When I say first again, that's day 1, day 2, day 3.
Okay.
Excellent, everyone. Last question for your parents. Let's say your daughter had to work with me right now this second because I said so. Are there any questions that come to mind?
You had that one at the. No, I mean, I'm assuming this is part of the intake and stuff, but we do have like coaches' feedback and things like that from club coaches. But I'm assuming none of that is.
It's super helpful once we get started because it's going to help me write our email and go, this is what this coach said. And this is what this is also like, once I see her video, like I definitely want to know, we definitely want all of that information for sure.
Okay.
That's super helpful.
And off the bat too, do you want, I mean, I think that her note to you didn't include much. Should she send you the email she has sent to colleges so far? Because she has sent a few emails, and in addition to like academics, she was all conference, all states, you know, those sorts of things the last 2 years. So that's been in her letter.
Amazing. That's what we'll do when we work together. We're going to sit down and fix I want to know when in our very first meeting, and I think I said it in the video, but whatever the audit, she's going to send me everything she's ever done. And we're going to share screens, and she's going to go through every email we've ever sent and received. And that's kind of when I get to go, that's what you've been sending. Great. Here's how we're going to send it from now on. And with the schools you've already emailed, here's how we're going to follow up.
Okay.
And I'm excited. Like, I didn't know that. That's Bella. That's fantastic. So having said that, I know you're going to have good video, which then says on top of that is if you haven't been using video, you guys are like done a pretty damn good job as if you had one leg and everything else is tied together. So imagine when we have all our legs and arms. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Very exciting, guys. I look forward to talking to you very soon.
All right. Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
See ya.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Martin, how's your soccer process going? Oh, Sully Book already trying to help out. Good job, Mr. Sully. Sully is going to become a coach of mine, everybody. So if Sully responds to you, you can listen to him. He's in training right now. He's not quite ready, but he is in training, and he's very good. He's listened to all my lives. He's very good. I'm a big fan of his. Big fan. Sully, I can make you an admin. I'm going to try and do that right now. I made you I made you a moderator. You're now an official moderator, Mr. Sully. Thank you for coming to all the lives and everything. You're an official moderator. So you can kick people out if they're being annoying, and you can answer their questions. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I think we're good there, everyone. Do I have another call right now? No, I have. Oh, shoot. Okay. One more call at 5. Okay. Is the first call free and the second cost money? Short answer, I guess you could say, is yes. But you have to apply to get to the free call. Drills become shifting technical, please. I don't do any drills. I just help with recruiting. Sorry, Mr. YouTube. I'm sorry, I couldn't make the meeting today. Ethan, I believe that's who you are, Mr. Ethan. Please speak to your parents, and you can reschedule. Just make sure that they watch the video and they reschedule. I forgive you. Thank you for apologizing. I will not ban you because you said you're sorry, which is good. Okay. When do you recommend building inventory video? Now. Yesterday, an hour ago, 2 hours, 5 years ago. Now. Start sending it, especially if you're MLS Next already at U13. Send. Okay. Okay, Mr. Ethan, sounds like a plan. Make sure, Ethan, you have a video too. It's very important. Okay. Okay, I have a highlight video, but it's very short and the clips are all right. I'll try to get better ones. Okay, Mr. Ethan, what's the process when transferring from JUCO soccer? It's very difficult. Click the link in the bio and you can click on transfers and you will see it. Vermont won the national championship, so they were the best this season. That is correct. Well said. Please do what you think is the best for please. What do you think is the best for D1 college? MLS Next and send video, go to camps. The best of East Cup, a good showcase to go to. If you're going, showcases you guys don't have a choice. So if you're going, make the most of it. Is it the best one? Not the best, but it's still good. It's still a good showcase. And you're going, so make the most of it. ID camps, you guys can ask me about ID camps. That's a different story. Okay. Okay, what is the difference between ID camps, showcase, and combines? ID camps are hosted by a college or colleges or companies where multiple schools watch you play and it's random players. Showcases are only for club teams and are events where clubs come play in front of coaches. And there are no combines. So just take that out. If it is a combine, it's just an ID camp. What is the process when transferring? Okay, yeah. But hi, this Wednesday I'm trying out for a Minnesota MLS Next team. What tips can I get? Make sure you memorize the names of all the players. You will get the ball way more. Make sure you help with the gear, and if you haven't already, make sure you send video before you go or say thank you and you're excited to attend. Send your DM to see what I see on my screen in regards to the quiz. Okay, I'm very curious about that. Thank you for that. I'm gonna look that up. Thank you, Martin Teger. One way or another, I will figure that out for you. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Hello. Can I still try talking to a coach with no highlight video? No. Should I be emailing D3 college coaches as a freshman? Potentially. It depends how good you are. Short answer is yes, but it does depend, to be honest. It does depend. Okay. Let's see here. Boop. All right. I've got a meeting right now in uno momento. Uno momento.
Recording in progress.
Okay, no show. We don't like a no show. Okay, I'll wait one more minute. Quinn McReynolds. Quinn McReynolds, I had a call with you. Or do I have a call with you coming up? Whoa, what the hell is that? Why is there a heart here? How do I get out of that? What is happening? What the heck is going on here? What the heck is going on? I don't know. I don't know what happened, Instagram. I'm sorry. And for now, that's really weird. How do I get out of that? Oh, there we go. Okay. But I did just say I could do something else. Oh, that's cool. Can I make myself bigger? No, I can only zoom in. And I can move myself around. Okay, well, that's true. Call me link in the bio. Is that weird seeing me like this? Not really a good one. I don't really like it that much, but good to know. Is there no Zoom? Nobody on my call right now? Oh my goodness. Another no-show? Not having that. Okay, thank you guys for listening. You guys have been, who's ever still here, you guys have been listening for a long time. And I appreciate it.
Sorry, we had technical difficulties.
No worries, everyone. Just wanted to make sure I didn't lose you.
Hi, Jody.
Hi, Jody. So nice to meet you. Thanks so much for your guys' time. I'm excited to speak to everybody. Just before I get started, could I ask who found me first?
We were told about you actually by Aiden Smith's mom,
Of course. Excellent.
Patty. Yeah.
Yes.
So, yeah, I had not heard. I think Cooper said that he's seen some of your stuff on social media, but I actually had not come across it. I have now, but that was who we heard about you guys from.
Amazing. Having said that, there was a video I sent before this call that kind of talks about what we do for students your son's age. Do you guys a chance to see that?
We did.
Okay, amazing. Thank you so much for watching that. Which is then to say, I kind of want to go over the agenda for today. Is that okay?
Sure.
So the goal today is 3 things. I'm going to show you. I'm going to pull it up for you. Is the following. And I see it looks like Dad maybe back there too. Perfect. Yeah, see if we're the right fit. Yeah. Hey, boss.
Hi.
Thanks for being here. The first thing is we want the right fit to work together. Maybe we are, maybe we're not, but that's step number 1. Step number 2 is I want to scare you away and make you quit. I'm going to talk to you about what maybe you have to fix or do, and if I can scare you away, extra points. And then number 3 is by the end of today, we have to decide if we're going to work together. And part of the reason for this is I don't work with that many students, and also you are in a time crunch, so the sooner we get started, the better. So with that in mind, I have a couple questions for your son first. How many calls have you had so far?
With
coaches.
College coaches specifically.
None really.
Okay.
No.
And right now, have any schools mentioned coming on a visit?
No.
Okay. And if I said to you, what do you need the most help with? You kind of already mentioned it in your form, but what do you need the most help with right now in your opinion?
Probably emails.
Okay. How to write the emails?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. From your parents' perspective, what do you think your son needs the most help with?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first step would be the emails to sort of generate the interest. And then I think, knowing what to say and that kind of thing, certainly. I should say also, just coming from like a slightly different, so we do have a contract with SRUSA. We're working with a woman named Karen. And I'm sure you know about them a little bit, but I guess I thought we'd get a little more help with the emails from them. So I think that's where we're kind of feeling the biggest weakness.
Okay.
I also just, having watched your video and stuff, like your data, like I just like your systematic approach. It's really great.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, as you know, and this is something I should preface with, they charge, I know Sports Recruiters say they try to make me work for them. And I know them just throughout, we're in the same field. And they don't like me that much sometimes because I am a bit more hands-on and competing, I guess, with them to some degree. But we're very different because I'm not an agency and they kind of go into that world. And I don't believe in that model. So I guess I want to say, they charge a fee and I charge a fee. Is that something you guys are open to? Or is this call really to go, what are we missing that Sports Recruits USA is not giving us?
I guess it is, I don't think we could afford both full services. So you kind of mentioned like people who had a contract with NCSA, you knew they can't get out of it, but is there, sort of a piecemeal or, some portion of your services, totally understanding that it, wouldn't be the full that we saw in the video. So I guess that is one of our questions.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. We do actually give a discount for people that using another site. So I'll show you that, but also even if that may not be in your budget, then I'll show you one other example. So the one thought then to your son, my next question for your son is, why do you want to play college soccer? Why is this important to you?
I don't know. I just love it. Something about it.
If you had to put into words, how would you describe it?
Just the passion and I don't know. It's beautiful.
That's a good word.
I don't really know it.
That's good. I understand how it's unexplainable. I'm going to go play tonight. I play all the time. And I played college soccer and I loved it. From your parents' perspective, why do you want to help your son play college soccer?
Both Keith and I were college athletes, at least for a couple of years of our college experience. So we sort of understand the value and the experience part of it. Cooper as an individual needs the movement and the exercise. Like I can't imagine him going, and I know there's other options like club soccer or something like that, but like I can't really imagine him succeeding without sort of the structure of a team being part of his life, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's helpful. From your father's perspective, I know you're back there. Is there any reason why, or let me back up. What sport did you guys play?
We both played soccer.
Cool.
Jody so Jody played college soccer. I had a scholarship to play college soccer. I chose track and field, which was dumb. But anyway, yeah, so I agree with her 100% on what she said. Really the opportunity to play, you know, we know how much he loves the game. There are other opportunities outside of college soccer, and we're aware of that, but education is super important to us.
Excellent.
Through that pathway, if we can help him continue to evolve and enjoy the game wherever that leads him, through education, that's super important to us.
Awesome. And I was going to ask that next, actually, is would you guys all agree that academics come first, which is excellent. I played college soccer myself, and then I played pro soccer, and I didn't make that much money, and I went back to school to get my master's, and I'm really grateful I did. So that is then to say, in addition to Sports Recruits USA and the emailing being frustrated, is there anywhere else where you feel frustrated by them? Or,
I don't
or that you're with? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know it's frustrated. You know, I think one of the places where I struggle a little bit is the timing. There's a lot of rule changes that have occurred recently with roster sizes, with junior colleges, with all sorts of things. And you know, for us, you know, we've been to you know, he plays UPSL. He plays in some show. He's played in several showcases. We've emailed coaches. And it just seems like we're being told the junior year isn't the time necessarily for him to get recognized or to get that back and forth. He's gotten emails from a couple coaches, but I think, you know, in our time, and again, we're not completely up to snuff in terms of timelines and how everything's working today, right? Like we've gotten guidance on that. But I feel like for the effort that we're putting in, the money we're putting in, there should be a little bit more interest in maybe we're too early. But what I'm hearing is that it's early and he's in his junior year. And that to me is, that's baffling to me a little bit, because I feel like the recruitment process should start a little bit earlier. And he should go into his senior year, at least partially through his senior year, maybe the early part, knowing kind of these are 5 prospects or 10 prospects or 20 prospects or whatever the case may be. So from my perspective, that's what I'm not seeing, but I don't know what the landscape dictates in that regard.
Super helpful. I don't work with that many juniors. Like maybe I work with 10% as starting as a junior. Like that's just my model. So the fact that they're telling you it's too early, I don't know what they're talking about exactly. It does depend on the school though. So, and I think there could be a model for that. Okay, that's helpful for me. I just wanted to have an understanding. Now, having said that, I want to show you what I think your son needs to do. And I think the beauty is in your situation, it's a beauty and a curse because you already are contracted to them. And I don't know, I don't know their contract as well as like NCSA's, but anyways, if you look at this and you go, yeah, they're not only are they not hitting it, but forget them for a second, just talking about your son, because that's what matters. If you don't feel like you're getting this help, then you guys can decide which model to pick. So the first thing is your video. Do they edit your videos for you?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't send you theirs. Like I was in a hurry and I was kind of on my phone when I was filling out the questionnaire. So I sent you one we had made prior to signing up with SRUSA. So theirs is, I don't know if I sent it.
If you did, if it's on there.
Oh yeah, I sent him from.
That's my YouTube.
Oh, that's okay.
Maybe Cooper has YouTube. I don't know if you can look up.
Yeah.
Cooper YouTube. The SRUSA would be on there.
Okay, cool. Here we go. Okay, cool. Okay, so this is helpful. Then they did make a video. Did they? Okay. All right. So look, again, you can have your own. What's the right word? You can have your own opinions about such. Are you kidding me? They don't even put your. Oh, that's crazy. All right. Anyways, okay. First of all, that's crazy to me. I mean, you have to have your grad year and your GPA on here. How do they not have that on here?
I think it might be on the bottom left or the bottom right.
GPA is bottom right, but grad year is not on it. I don't.
That is crazy though.
Yeah, that is
I
crazy.
didn't notice that.
Okay. Anyways, it's also way too long. Nobody ever was gonna watch a 5-minute video. So you have to go back into this. First of all, this is not your YouTube page. You can keep it on theirs also, but your other YouTube page I like more. I know your parents are athletic on there. I know you as a person. So that's problem number one. It should all be in your world, not in their world. It can also be on their world, no problem. But it's never gonna hurt you. But video is too long. I did get to see the video I saw. I looked you up on Instagram. I did not see this video, so I can look this one. But I did get to see the video. You're definitely capable of playing college soccer. When I say like what level do I think you are, I think at this stage, from what you've told me, both the outreach you've received and you have to aim for Division 3 at this stage. I think you could definitely play Division 2. I think Division 1 is out of reach as of right now. That could change over time, but that's where I see you at this moment. Does that make sense? Now, when I say that to you, do you go, oh, wow, I want to quit soccer? Or do you go, I see where you're coming from?
No, I see it.
Okay. Now, Division 1 soccer is about time under exposure. It has very little to do with your ability once you are a certain level. You're a good soccer player. Is there a D1 school tomorrow who would have you on their team? Yes. Do they know who you are? Probably not. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So that's where our dilemma is. Now, again, this goes back to your tools. So I don't want you to ever get rid of them, even if you work with me. Better have 2 people in some capacity. But this is where maybe you would get this system. So no one has this because it's proprietary to me, is we can send an email to every single team in the country with one button from your own email account, not from anyone else's. And the beauty of the system is it will automatically generate their name and write something genuine. So then we can write their coach's name. It will be genuine and it will go to every single coach in the country very quickly. Then every time you don't get a response, it will automatically remind you, and it automatically organizes it as genuine or generic email. And then on top of that, it will make a note of every camp you get invited to so we can all look at it clearly. Does that make sense? And this, I think, I don't know. I'm sure they have some system in place or they tell you they're going to email for you or whatever, but nobody has this system. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Now, emailing is just emailing. You can email. I can do it faster, but it's just emailing. So the main thing is I would need to do an audit. Like, I know you've done a lot of things. I know she's done a lot of things for you. I don't know exactly what they've done, so I need to go through it in my own eyes. Every doctor, they're a doctor in their field. I'm a different doctor. You get different opinions when you're sick. I just would need to look through it. They're all qualified doctors, but some doctors are better than others or different than others, which is then to say, I know you have a list. And this kind of goes, I think, to the main piece, which is we have to find a coach you love. Would you agree?
Yeah.
And with my process, not to say it's different than theirs in this way, but if you go to a school you're not happy with and you get into the school because they connect you or whatever, but you don't like it, then I think that defeats the purpose. So my model is a bit different. I will never contact a school for you, ever, not one time. And I know they flirt with that. I don't like that model because, one, you're dependent on them, which is a terrible thing because it's never in your control. But also college coaches, frankly, know they work for a company. They have to meet a quota or they don't get paid. I don't like that model. I want your son to talk to the coaches, and I want the coaches to fall in love with your son. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So the biggest difference being I want to edit all your new videos. Will they edit other videos for you, like every touch videos in that?
They don't call them every touch, and they don't do it often enough that I would say that they're every touch.
But they will, theoretically.
If they are, they're talking about making like a shorter video now.
Okay, well, college coaches don't ever want another highlight video. So no more highlight videos. Has to be one highlight video. You make a bunch of every touch videos. Then from those every touch videos, you make a new highlight video that has none of your old clips. They never want to see the same clip twice because that's wasting their time. So we need to fix the videos. The next thing is, you saw the email system. It is mandatory that your son meets with my team and I every single week. Now, this is the big boy model. Or the bigger model, which I know we talked about already. And then in my case, in the normal model, it's a money back guarantee. In the first 3 months, if you're not being genuinely recruited by a school you want to go to, then I refund you. Now, when I say genuinely recruited, that's not an offer, but it's saying, hey, they are getting on phone calls. They're asking about your showcases. They want to see more video of you. It's genuine. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's more active.
Yeah. Genuine is non-robotic. It's not my definition. It's by the NCAA. Now, this is what we do when we're with students who have been, quote unquote, burned. So if you want everything included, this is the price. If you guys say to me, hey, you know what? We can't do that either. Then this is the other model. you would get all the tools that you normally see, like the email system. I'm going to give you a list of schools. I'm going to give you a list of camps. You get a 1-hour call with us. So we could do like and you can book as many 1-hour calls as you want, but the initial one would be a 1-hour call. And then I have coaches that are in training. They're not professionals. They're not like my level, but they're practicing. You can message them all you want 24/7. So that way you can get everyday guidance. And then the big piece is you'll get the email system per usual, and you'll keep that forever. Does that make sense? So you'll basically, this is what you'll end up getting. It will look just like this. You'll get all of this. But in this model, we don't do any editing, and you only get to talk to us on the Zoom for an hour. Does that make sense?
What was the promise on the bottom of that? It said get recruited in 7 days or less.
Yeah. So if you do everything, where'd it go? If you do everything that it says, then what we basically say, which means if this student got recruited in 7 days.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
And then it is to say that if in 7 days of doing everything we say, so you have the 1-hour call, we fix your email, you fix your video as we discussed. It says in the contract, go down here. It says in the contract that if, this is my website. Yeah, no, that's right. It basically says that in the contract, if you're not being recruited within 7 days after having done everything we said, then you're eligible for a refund. So if you send 150 emails with the corrected video, we tell you, genuinely, we believe you will get genuine responses.
Wow. Okay.
Right, 150 in 7 days. Love it. Okay.
Now you can do that because our system, you can send 100 emails a day. So as long as your video, now the 1-hour call is to prepare you. So the 7 days starts after you've done everything we've said. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Because if you don't do what we say, we can't promise it in 7 days. Once we have the 1-hour call and we tell you what to do, we expect in 7 days for you to get genuine responses.
Yeah, I don't think 7 days is like, I don't think anybody's looking for that.
Yeah,
but,
agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, go ahead, please continue.
Yeah. So in saying that, this to me, so those are the two options for you guys, where you go, it's full time. We edit all your videos and you get the discounted price because you've been working with another company, or you do this model and you basically go, hey, we expect with the email system and everything else and the corrected video that you get all my tools, but you're on your own. Does that make sense?
Yes. So just in terms of the differences, just not judging them, but just so I'm
no, please judge them.
making sure I understand them.
Yes.
Like there's obviously less calls because you're meeting every week with the fuller package, and this one is like 1 call. But we can use the Discord to ask questions. Is that right?
You can, but it's to a team of in-training coaches. So they may not respond in 24 hours. They may be 72 to 48 hours. They won't be as expert as me. So I don't want your expectations being over the moon. But there are coaches that I'm planning to hire in the future. So they're interns.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
And access to the email thing, which like is certainly one of the struggles we're having. In terms of, it said something, sorry, like list of schools, things like that. Is that as customized, or how does that compare?
Good question. It's not as customized. It's based off your major and your level, and basically what we'll go over in the 1-hour call. So if this is 100% customized, yours will be 85%.
So you're essentially setting up attributes within a database to then fill out the form based off of your D1, D2, D3, whatever, wherever it fits, based off that database. You're setting up attributes to reach out to find what good. Is that one based on good fit? You were saying finding the right coach, or is that one based on here are the 7 or 8 or 9 or 12 attributes that you qualify for, and here's where the database aligns with those schools?
It's a bit of both. I will, on the 1-hour call plus the one we're having right now, I will, if you guys decide, I'll put it all together. And if you guys purchase it, I'll go, okay, what does he want to major in? Which he'll let me know. What level do I think he's going to play? And then I'll give you a list of schools. So like this kid wants to study math. So I gave him a D2 list and a D3 list in different parts of the country. And it's definitely, if you purchase it, my system, email every single school I give you. There are a lot of schools. Between D1, D2, and D3, you're going to get 125 schools.
Right. Now, I will tell you one thing that SR USA does, and this could just be for your benefit or not, is we're looking at different showcases or different places where certain schools are coming, they will tell us they're looking for midfield help in 2026, 2027. How deep does your database go?
It goes very deep when I'm working with somebody individually, but in the other model, the only way I could give you updates on that is if I get to talk to you all the time. The coaches contact me through social media. They come on my podcast. I know coaches. I make the list based off of what I need positionally. I would also add, and this is what my concern is with them, they don't know, and either do I. And anybody tells you otherwise is lying to you. Every coach changes constantly, and they may see your son and go, yeah, I see him as a right back, and end of story. Every coach is different. So my job, different to theirs, while we do use that, my job is to get as many eyeballs as your son as possible. And that is where the coaches get to pick. I'm not going to pigeonhole him and go, this coach says he needs midfielders, and this one says he doesn't. Don't email him. You should email everybody. You don't know who needs you. You also don't know if a coach says, you're way better than the midfielder I have. You should talk to them.
So a big part of your stuff is data set. How much time do you think you spend a week updating your data set?
Between me and my team, I'm 15 hours a week.
Okay, wow, great. Okay.
Sorry, we're data nerds.
I love it. That's right. Most people aren't data nerds. I have a VA, like a virtual assistant, who between her and I, because she is better at inputting like into the Excel sheets, like how many seniors a team has, how many juniors. Here, let me show you a really cool data thing. So when you work, whichever program you decide to use, whether it's the full time or not, is in the website you get. This is an AI that has the data, so you can ask it whatever you want, and it has it. Has every showcase, every camp, how many midfielders, how many seniors. It's connected to ChatGPT. It's a ChatGPT extension. I made my own custom AI.
Listen, it's changing the world, right?
Sorry.
Yeah, it's changing the world, and it's very good. Like you can ask it, like I was asking it earlier about when UCSB's camp was, but you can also ask it like, is this a generic email? And it's cloned my voice. So it's taken all the information I've ever done, put it in there. Then it has the internet, put it in there. And then there's other like websites specific, like every college soccer website, it has that and so on.
Yeah, ChatGPT is really good in closed systems. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, you understand? Awesome. Long form. I'm not an expert, but I hired an expert and they told me, which is why ChatGPT sucks. Like I thought I could just use ChatGPT for my stuff, but it wasn't very good. So there's a thing called Notebook LM and another one called Personal AI. And that's what I purchased. And basically I trained it for a year and said, when it says ECNL, this is what it means, and then learn off of that. Versus if you say ECNL to ChatGPT, it says like Elite California National League, like it just doesn't get it. So yes, you're correct.
Can I ask you, when you said like the genuine emails, what does that entail?
So your son in the 1 hour call or in the other model, we will go through your top schools and we have to find something genuine to say. So we must say, I watch your team play. I've seen your team play positionally. We have coaches reach out to me because the coaches never know technically if the students are mine, because it doesn't say sportsrecruitsusa.com when your son sends an email, or college soccer guy. It's from your own Gmail account. But the coaches will message me.
Now, yeah.
That's great. Oh, that's great. The coaches will message me and say, we know it's your kid because he complimented our 4-4-2, whatever, because we go through it with your coach and we watch the games with you and go, hey, you play this position. We think this player plays similar. Why don't we mention that in the email? That part takes a while. It takes us a little while to develop those.
Yeah.
And there's no way around it. Even with the generations, I can make you send them faster, but it does take us time to look them up.
Sure.
And that goes to, anyways, this model, the 1 hour call. The only thing you don't get, you get a list of schools, you get the email system, you get basically interns to speak to, we'll say in 72-hour, intervals. It looks like this. I'll show you. So if this is where you would go if you're community.
Yeah, it's like a chat, right?
Yeah.
It's like
So you'll get here's a student. She submitted her video, and then we can ask questions, and she can ask questions. So you'd be at 2026. So you'll get your own channel, and you can ask questions, and my team will get back to you. Like Jasmine, she was an intern. She now works for me full time. And they get tested in here to make sure they do good, basically. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Okay. Anyways, they get that piece of it, the interval, and then list of schools, email system, interns, and then the only thing you don't get no edits, and no 24/7 access. There are students though, like this family, the Duffy family that just happened to pop up. All they did was bought the email system, nothing else. And she's getting recruited like on her own. Her dad texts me like all the time. Duffy is her name. The dad texts me often saying like, I can't thank you. And this is from holidays. This was on Saturday. He wants me to send an email, but I can't. He was wishing me happy holidays. I don't even talk to them. They just have the email system, and then that's all they use.
Mm-hmm.
So those are the two different models. Here's the last thing, because I can see you guys still are unsure, which is more than normal. Whichever option you pick, I want you to be happy with. In either model, I have to know if you'd like to work with me in the next 24 hours. That's the only thing I have on my end. Because if you decide to do the 1 hour call, we only do that 1 hour call like twice a month, because we don't recommend that model for most people. So we're just less available. And that 1 hour call is not with me. It will be with a member of my team who's trained in 1 hour calls for juniors. That way we get to make the most of it. And the more you become prepared to the 1 hour call, the better you can make of it. Like a doctor, tell us your ailments and the emails you received and have it all prepared, which we'll send you a video on how to prepare. And then the 1 hour call is pretty helpful. And if you're really unhappy after the 1 hour call, we'll refund you. You know, we want you to be happy with the information you get.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. I think if you don't mind, we'll just discuss, privately, but how is it best to get back with you with an answer in the next 24 hours? Is email the best?
Good question. So whichever model you decide to pick, hold on, I only have, let me see. Oh, I have your model. I have Jody's email too. Okay. Whichever model you decide to pick, the best thing to do would be this. Can I ask what you're paying for sports recruits?
I believe it was 3,000, and it's not annual. That's like, even if it comes to college and he wants to transfer schools like that,
Lifetime. Very cool.
Yeah, they'll be there.
In my model, to your point, that's awesome. This time next year, your son will be recruited. Now, it is true. I am technically annual. So if after that he needs more help, then let me know. But it's pretty rare at his age. Having said that, this is, if you decide you want to work with me, just click on this link. You'll see a contract. Once you fill out the contract as well as the payment, you get started with the 1 hour call. You'll get a document and a bunch of directions. If you decide you want to do this model, then same concept, click the contract. That's all you have to do to get started either way.
Okay. Do you have a checklist of things that we should prepare for the first call within that?
I do. You'll get an email that looks like, let's see, someone else purchased it recently. You'll get an email and a video, like a Loom video that you've seen me do already. It will say, here's the steps you need to do to prepare for our call.
Okay. And from a timeline perspective, when you said if we chose that email, the preparation we would do, then we'd have the hour call, and then we would do the all your suggestions, the video and the 150, all of that. And then the 7-day window like that, just from a...
Yeah, no problem.
I'm not
you'll see the contract for sure.
But
from a logistics standpoint, does the clock start from the call?
Yes. Honestly, you guys can pick when the clock starts. I'll leave it up to you. If you guys are really unhappy with what you've received and you want a refund, I'll refund you.
And the thing is, I'm not necessarily looking for the refund, but the average time to hear back, we're data people. So we're looking for okay, when, we're on track or we're not.
Marketing salespeople. So when there's when you're creating urgency, we understand that.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. I also am in a very fortunate place that if there is a level of urgency to sales, like you said, but I am pretty lucky. Today I had 15 calls. To me, I can't take on 15 kids in 1 month. So I'm going to prioritize whichever kids tell me first. So if that's just the model. Now the one time call thing, I could do more kids. So if you waited long, like in the 6 months you said, hey, we want to do that, or 6 months you want to work with me, you just email and maybe I have space. I just don't know. But to your point of data, what I liked what you're saying to have a measurement, because I like that too, which is why I have the 3-month guarantee, is if you write the emails genuinely and you email the schools that I put on your list, your son is good enough to get responses from them. I feel confident about that well enough to say that ideally you either get $499 back if I'm wrong, or hopefully for your sake and for mine, but especially for yours, you spend $499 in addition to your connections with sports recruits. And now you've kind of gone from, let's say you're right now in space, but you're not out of the atmosphere yet. It's maybe a bad example. This is a little rocket boost that kicks you to where you need to go.
Right.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong too. Too many people misuse urgency. We haven't built trust yet.
Yeah.
You know. But yeah, no, I love everything I'm hearing. You too, Joe, because I know we have 30 minutes and.
Yeah, no, I just want to compliment you too, you know, like, 'cause I have looked at these, we've met with NCSA, like, we know that's a bad way. I've also read, but you know, it's like old timey, but Renee Lopez, the book, and I really love, like, you align very well. And I think some of her stuff, like just in terms of the kids learning through this process and building that relationship with coaches and stuff is important. So
and I'll add one more thing, nothing against sports recruits. All those coaches are only paid by a quota that they meet if they bring on a number of students. And I know because my college coach, and even me, I didn't know what I was going to do for a living at one point. And so I went to sports recruits. And one of my things I love doing is if your son does really well, and this happens with my students, I hire them. They come work for me. And especially if they want to study business, my dream one day, which I'm not there yet, is your son works with me, plays college soccer, and then becomes a businessman or a data scientist. And then my kids in high school intern for him before they go to college. And then when they're in college, they intern for him. And now all of a sudden there's this college soccer family community that we all played college soccer and know the efforts it took to get recruited, and they're good at working in an environment that is good for their life. I like it to be holistic that way if I can. But I want to say one thing, because Cooper, this is about you, and your parents and I have been doing all the talking. From your perspective, do you have a savings of your own?
As in like money?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, somewhat.
Okay. Is this something you would invest your own money into?
Possibly.
Okay. So I would say this. If it's possible, do not work with me. I only want kids who would go close their eyes and go, Christmas gift, this is what I want, nothing else. If you're hesitant, and this, Cooper, it's your money, you're putting money where your mouth is, don't purchase anything that you saw today.
He's he requires trust as well in all of his relationships. So
Good. And if you guys don't trust me, then don't work with me. That's for sure.
If I can ask sort of one more question. So with, right, like our biggest obstacle, not necessarily a complaint about anyone else, but our biggest obstacle is it's really busy, like junior and senior year of high school and high school soccer and club soccer, and to get the emails and to have them like really to look up something genuine, like that is so time consuming. Is your email system really helpful with that? Because that's, I think.
Good question. No, we have to do that manually. And coaches don't care, and no one cares about the time. They have no interest in your difficulty being busy. They only want to win soccer games. And if you want to impress them to win soccer games, and this is to your point, why it's not an easy process, and less than 5% of kids, as you guys know, because you played college sports, play college sports. It's very, very competitive. And so my job is, like I said, to give you the best chance.
So I think that that's also like where his possibly comes from, because he's just unsure of how much it's really going to help if we were to do the lesser, right? And not have the full access. So.
For sure. No, that's a good point. And that's where there's the, a piece of the guarantee to go, hey, that's how much I believe in it. But if you don't fix your videos and you don't write genuine aspects to your top 20 schools, you don't do it for 100 schools. You do it for 20 schools that are realistic. And part of that 1 hour call is to talk about which schools are realistic.
Okay.
Yeah. Good question, everyone. It was really nice talking to you all. If you have any other questions, just email me. Otherwise, you have the 2 models there. And if you want to rock and roll, you let me know.
Sounds great.
I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Likewise, guys. Talk soon. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. This is done. I have to go, TikTok fam. It was a pleasure. If you have anything else, Sully Book, you can be on some of these calls one day once you get onboarded, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
Recording in progress.
Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Hello?
Hello, everybody. Can you guys hear me okay?
Hello.
Oh, hello, hello, hello.
Hello, everybody. I see Dad. I think I hear the boys. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
What's up, guys? Very nice to hear from you. I've heard great things from your father.
Let's hit the camera down. Oh, is it a little laggy there?
No, I got you. I can see you and hear you perfect. Dad, can you hear us?
Nice.
Wait for your father for a minute. Good to see
I don't know.
both of you.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Hey, sorry, I thought it was on mute.
No
Hey,
worries.
what's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, everyone? First, I want to apologize to your boys. I know I had to cancel on you last time. I'm really sorry about that. So I appreciate your
No, bro,
patience.
fine.
I love
Hey.
your guys' passion. Your father has been talking about it endlessly, which is freaking awesome.